All right, what's going on, everyone? We're gonna watch the rest of the Rose Bowl here. Alabama complete. It's gonna be fourth down. Michigan with all three of their timeouts. 52 seconds to go in the game. Wow. Alabama has one timeout left. Michigan with two timeouts left. After the punt, they'll have two timeouts left. Man. Like I said, we'll watch the end of this game. Might go into overtime. Could bump back the Sugar Bowl. We'll see what's going to happen in this game. This has been a crazy game. Michigan really rolling in the first half, and offensively have not been able to get hardly anything other than the last drive together. So Michigan will take a timeout leading into the Alabama punt, so they'll get a chance to get, with 54 seconds left, to get the ball in their hands and win this game. Whew. Something else. What's going on, Buzz? How do I do this? That's what I wanted. All right, Bama to come out with the punt. 54 seconds left in the game. Man, Michigan only had 10 out on the field. They'll fair catch it, and he'll drop it. They're going to have to take it over from the one. Oh, my God. What are you thinking? Just let it go. Just let it go. Man, what did we just see? Michigan is doing everything they can to lose this game. Just let the ball go. He's lucky they didn't get a safety. And even with his arm, he pushes it back into the end zone. Wow. Really, Michigan here's got to be thinking, run the clock out, not get a safety, and take this thing into overtime. Wow. I'm not even rooting for either one of these teams. I'm nervous. They'll hand it off. They'll get maybe a yard. Bama will probably take a timeout here. Not trolling. I like Haynes King over DJ in week one. Head to head, we have a better quarterback. We'll see. He looked pretty good this year. I don't know. I can't think about week one Tech right now with how wild this game is. Bama's going to not take the timeout. Let Michigan run the clock out. Whew. What's going on, Seminole Seth? Good to see you in here, buddy. Okay, so Bama did take a timeout with 12 seconds left in the game. I imagine we're just going to see Michigan run this thing and take this into overtime. Have we had a playoff game going to overtime? I'll have to think. There probably has been one, but I couldn't recall. Anyone in the chat, have we had a... Well, I know we've had a national title game go to overtime, right? I can't think of a semifinal game, I guess, going to overtime. Golly. I mean, I feel bad for that kid, but he's going to catch so much shit. Especially if they lose this game for that horrible decision to try and field that ball. Michigan will take a knee. That'll end regulation for the Rose Bowl. This will be going into overtime. UGA, Oklahoma back in 17. Seminole Seth, what did you think about what Kirby said after the Orange Bowl about having to fix this? I'm interested to see what a Florida State fan's take on that is. Wait, Michigan called a timeout? What? Harbaugh's talking with the ref. Why would Michigan take a timeout? Did I unlearn everything I know about football when I turned this game on? So he will take a knee. That should run the clock out unless Harbaugh wants to take another timeout for some crazy reason. And that'll end regulation. Wow. Now everyone's holding up 5. In case we don't know, regulation has ended. All right, what's going on, Buzz? David, good to see you in here. Seminole Seth, good to see you in here. Entertaining game, to say the least. I mean, I'll tell you what, to me, really defines this game, really no matter who wins or loses. When Michigan gets the ball off the turnover and they decide to do a flea flicker, which is a high probability turnover play if it doesn't work. It's a gadget play. And take a huge sack, almost take a timeout or take a turnover. To me, that says I don't trust my offense when I'm running gadget kind of nonsense plays. Michigan has not been able to capitalize off of turnovers. I mean, Michigan should have won this game by now, in my opinion, but they've made too many mistakes. Seminole says I didn't watch the post-game press conference or the game at all too much. We knew the game was going to be a shit show, plus I was in Tampa celebrating New Year's. I get that. Speaking of which, hope you had a great New Year's, man. I did have a great New Year's. I hope all of you did as well. We're in 2024, guys. I haven't talked to you guys since last year. Get ready for that joke 2,000 times when you show up to work tomorrow. Okay, I don't agree with Kirby on a lot of things, but I think he's right that the transfer portal needs to be fixed. I 100% agree. I actually thought it was it was an outright classy way, I think, for him to address that press conference, because he was going to get a lot of questions about it, and basically just said, yeah, this needs to be fixed. He said, I feel bad for the Florida State players that had to play in that game, like getting thrown in the 12th hour. I think it will get fixed, and I think what will fix it is not the NCAA, because the NCAA is useless. They're absolutely useless. What will fix it is coaches. Coaches will fix this. Seminole says, I think the opt-outs are kind of getting out of hand. I mean, you're talking about 40 out of 170, a little under a quarter of scholarship players not playing in a New Year's Six bowl game. I agree. And I've said this time and time again on the channel. One thing I think you could do to fix it is tie up NIL money. Like, to qualify for NIL, you have to enter a contract, and if you don't play in the bowl game and you opt out or you transfer, you have to pay part of your NIL money back. And now there's still going to be people that opt out, but that would be one way to lessen it. It's bad when the head coach of the team that blew out the opponent 60 points shows remorse to the 4th and 5th string. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Are they going to put Washington, Texas on another channel? We'll have to see. All right, we're at the coin toss here. Alabama wins. Obviously, they'll go on defense. You always want to go on defense in overtime, so you know what you have to do when you get the ball. Touchdown or field goal or whatever. So we're tied 20-20 in the Rose Bowl. I'm not a fan of Kirby, but I have major respect for what he said. I 100% agree. 100% agree. I'll also say this from what I've seen in this game. Kirby's bias toward Alabama is palpable. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an ACC fan. There's not an ACC team playing in this game. There's not an ACC team playing in the playoffs. But they slung McCarthy well out of bounds. He was outside of the paint, and they're commenting on it. And Kirk Herbstreit's like, oh, yeah, moving on, moving on. I might have said Kirby Smart. I meant Kirk Herbstreit. All right, it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 25 for Michigan. And overtime number 1. Michigan neither one of these teams have got a lot of offense together. They'll run it. Big hole. Breaks a tackle. Picks up about 8. Now, remind me of the rules. I think the new rules are after the second overtime, you have to go for 2-point conversions, right? Pretty sure that's what you have to do. Second and 2 from Michigan. They'll come back out in the pistol. They'll hand it off again. He gets to the outside. Big hole for Michigan. And a horrible face mask, but he still scores. This is one of the most insane games I've ever seen. No flag on a blatant face mask that I've seen yet, but he still scores. What a tough kid number 2 is for Michigan, man. Touchdown Tim going crazy on X with the facts. His insider source was wrong about Cam Ward. Yeah, he definitely has an insider source, let me tell you. Let me pull my audio back. I feel like I'm blasting you guys. So Michigan will strike first. Now, they've messed up an extra point already, but they'll bang this one through. Touchdown Tim and the Cam Ward ordeal was funny as hell. I got to go check it out. He has a new article out. I'm going to read it on the next live stream I do. Something about the Florida State loss. Let's look. His helmet almost got turned backwards on this touchdown run. Okay, maybe it wasn't. It doesn't look like he got his face mask. Never mind. No, it wasn't. He just spun him around. What a game. All right, now Bama's got to score. They've got to score a touchdown and hit the extra point. You seem to be forgetting that Tim is a respectable sports writer. I'm sorry. That is probably the biggest mistake I've made in my life. Not a failed marriage, but it's doubting touchdown Tim. 1st and 10 for Bama. They'll play action. Looks like an RPO, and he'll get nothing. Michigan with all the momentum right now and playing hard. They're playing hard. So it'll be 2nd and 10 for Bama. I feel good about our matchup with Miami now, assuming they don't get a quarterback in the portal and they have Emory starting. We'll win 100%. Miami doesn't scare me at all, and they shouldn't scare anyone else. 2nd and 9, I guess. They moved them up a yard for Bama. They'll fake the pitch. Big hole for Milroe. 1st down. He'll get inside the 10. Looks like he got to the 9. Really good play calling for Bama here. I don't know any top quarterbacks in the portal still want to go to Miami. Yeah, because you're gonna have 4 offensive coordinators while you're at Miami. Why would you want that? 1st and goal for Bama. They're gonna have 4 downs, obviously. Michigan, I think, needs to bow up and win this game here if they're gonna win it. The longer this game goes, and they'll blow this play up for no gain, but the longer this game goes, I think the less likely Michigan is to win. Georgia Tech going to waste Miami? IMO? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm just glad we don't have DJ. Or we got DJ. DJ looks infinitely better since he left Clemson. I'll say that. I don't think DJ's a bad quarterback. I think he wasn't used well. I think Clemson has demonstrated they are an offensive mess. And I think DJ's a good get for Florida State. Second and goal for Bama. They'll hand it off again. Blown up. About a 5-yard loss. Wow. Michigan all the way turned up right now. Georgia Tech, yeah, we open up with Florida State and Ireland. I'll be looking out for you, Seminole Seth. Ain't no way I'm spending $4,000 to go over there, but I'll watch it. Third and goal from where now for Alabama? From the 14. They got 2 plays. It's coming down to this. Bama will throw. They got time. Complete. And this game will come down to a 4th and goal from the 4. Woo! Dang, son. What do you call here, chat? I think I call an RPO. Burton is cramped. He's holding his hamstring. He's rolling around like he's been shot. Let's see this route. What did he run? Got away with some PI a little bit there. He ran an outside curl or a comeback route. Really good route by Burton. Is it a cramp or did his knee get turned? Flea flicker to the kicker and throw it to the O-line. I don't think that's legal, but yes, I would do that. That's exactly what I would do. Now they've got a good shot of Milroe massaging his junk. And I think that's the right call. If you're the quarterback here, you need to let everyone know you're playing with Big D energy. Massage that thing for this play. I hear him. I can hear the crowd. Oh, 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 oh. Da, 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 da. An injury is tough, yeah. It comes down to this. Can Bama convert 4th and goal from the 4? To continue to take it to a second overtime. Yep, I think you roll Milroe out here, actually. You do a play action. Michigan's going to take a timeout. That's expected. If I'm Alabama here, I do a quick play action, roll Milroe out. That way, he's already moving if he just wants to tuck it and run. I think that's what we see here. I think that's the call. Man, I'm excited. I'm not even vested in this game. Do I have my sunglasses somewhere? You know what? Macho Wreck was over and left his sunglasses. I think we got to support these. I think this is the right call for me, right, guys? Could you imagine, like, if Tech was in this, how like, puckered up my butthole would be? End around to the tight end, flick it back to Miro, pass it wide open to an O-line. 4th and goal. Another timeout. Bama this time. Whew. They're saying the Sugar Bowl kickoff's still about 15 minutes away. I'm sure they backed it up. You don't want to split viewership. These are both games on ESPN. You don't want to split viewership between 2 games. We're halfway there. Oh, Living on a prayer. Let's go. Let's go. This is where you'll hear announcers say, it comes down to who wants it more right here. Nah, it comes down to who can execute their play better. All right, here we go. They'll do a quarterback draw. He doesn't get it. Michigan wins. That's for you, SEC. All that BS I hear from you guys. Let's go Wolverines. I don't like that play call. It's over. And the hilarious thing is if Michigan wins it all, then everyone's going to be like, they're not really the national title because of the cheating stuff. Well, they weren't cheating in this game. When you open your mouth about other conferences, that's the result you're going to get. Don't you open your mouth about the best. Cody Hankins, F Michigan, Michigan. It's a brutal way to lose, man. Cody, do you like that play call? I don't know if you were in here, but I don't like the play call. I would have either play action rolled out or just flat rolled Jalen Milroe out. If something's open, throw it. If not, tuck it and run while you already got momentum. I think that's a bad play call. That's a bad play call. Well, the SEC was in the playoffs for a minute, weren't they? Weren't they? What kind of play calling was that? I agree. Even if he would have scored there to take it to a second overtime, I would have not liked the play call. It was a bad snap. Okay. Ran into his O-line and a bad snap. They're interviewing Jim Harbaugh. This is America's team, baby. America. All right, guys, he's talking about togetherness. Togetherness and connected. He said he could overcome anything. He did not mention America's team. Now, I will say this. That running back for Michigan is a baller. He looks like a midget, but that kid was a baller. Justice served. Bama loses. Now what are they going to say? Did the SEC deserve to be in? Your champion got beat in the semis. One thing you cannot say in 2024 is that you have an SEC team winning it all. Salty Reb, you are a professional hater. I don't think so. Like all I heard after the Florida State game was, see, that's why ACC shouldn't been in. Look what happened. Well, obviously the SEC shouldn't have been in, right? Right? Also, all I heard was Bama was going to drag Michigan. All right? Before that, all I heard was Georgia was going to drag Bama. No one knows. Seminole says, I only wish Michigan beat them by more than 7. Yeah, I agree. That's going to be their counter argument. Well, we took Michigan to double overtime, so we deserve to be there. Well, you lost, though. I thought the SEC was just superior to everybody. Your conference champion got beat. Oh, I'll tell you what else we'll hear. But they cheated, though. Did you see the catapult allegations, too? Evidently, and it's not confirmed, Ohio State, gained unauthorized access. And this is speculation. So, I mean, it's crazy. Oh, Nate the Great, you've got to be ecstatic. I bet you got a big hammer right now, don't you? Michigan's going to the Natty, Nate. Did you ever think you'd see it? Congratulations, Nate, man. You deserve to gloat and talk as much trash as you possibly can. Will Florida State claim a Natty? Remains to be seen. If I'm Saban, I'm cussing that center out, says Zach. That was third and fourth. That third and fourth was terrible. I'm not cussing out my center. I'm cussing out my offensive coordinator. What, that play call was horrible. Nate, don't you do it, Nate. This is what's great about college football. When your team wins, especially against the SEC bias and all this SEC nonsense, you talk shit. You get in people's face and you tell them, you suck balls, you lost, and you're a ball licker. That's what I love about college football. Do not cower into a corner because you think people aren't going to like you if you talk trash. They would do it to you. You talk trash to them, Nate. Don't you let them hold a good Nate down. 2 timeouts and you come up with that BS? Yeah. But here's the thing. I do think it's the OC's fault. Bama lost to cheaters. Nate, why are you trashing your own team? Nate, you're going to convince me you're not even a Michigan fan if you do that. I love you. Do not do that. You talk trash, sir. This is your team. If Tech would have just done this, oh my God, they would have to run me off the internet. They'd literally have to copyright strike my channel to get me to shut up because I would live stream for 48 straight hours of just trash talk. All right, where's Washington now? Where's Washington? In Texas. Bama's just trash in general. There you go, Nate. That's what you do. That's what you do, Nate. I'm proud of you. I've only been proud a few times in my life for someone that's not me because I have an enormous ego. And this is one of them times, Nate. This is one of them times, sir. All right, it comes on right after this, so we're good. We're good. Man, either way, though, no matter what, that was an exciting playoff game. That was a hell of a game. Even though Bama lost, they played a hell of a game. They made adjustments at half. They were extraordinarily disruptive on defense. Michigan wasn't able to hardly do anything. Michigan came out on top, but Bama played a hell of a game. Expect to see that center in the portal, question mark. All right, here we go. Nate's got another trash talk. Bama is now repronounced Bumma. I'll accept it, Nate. Bumma. How about Bubba? Where's C-Dog at? His second favorite team? I have to do my nightly rant of the GD heart in the bottom right. Just let him down, too. They didn't let him down. The SEC's out now. There's 3 teams still in it, and none of them are an SEC team. C-Dog is happy as can be. It is on ESPN2 now? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Well, let me go. Come on. Have they kicked off yet? Have they kicked off yet? All right, I got ESPN2 on. But they're showing me Dodge Rams. By the way, Dodge is the worst truck you could ever buy. Dodge is garbage. And I hate to say it because I'm proud for my country, but American-made vehicles in general are absolute dog water. Um, Buzz says with the $5, appreciate it, sir. Says I get what you're saying, but that was the third or fourth bad snap by that center. Milroe either had to run up the middle or try and throw running back. That's true. That's true. Okay, they haven't kicked yet. Good deal. Guys, I see 45 of you in here. I hope you all had a fantastic New Year. I know I did. It was a great New Year. Get ready for 100 I haven't talked to you since last year jokes when you go to work tomorrow. I'm just prepping you for it. It will happen. If you're a Michigan fan, congratulations. Like the Grinch's heart grew a few sizes at the end of that story, all of your penises have grown a few sizes after that win. And I don't blame you. If you're a Bama fan, don't feel bad because you give everyone hell every week. You're not near as bad as Georgia fans, but I'm tired of hearing about the SEC. I'm not saying, Bulldog Brian says, I'm not saying just Georgia deserved to be in, but Jesus. Why? What are you saying, though? I'm not saying that, I don't know. I can't think of an example. But it sounds like you're saying I'm not saying but, and that's exactly what you're saying. You think you would have beat Michigan? Your run defense couldn't stop me running up the gut. What makes you think you'd have done better with number 2 Michigan had? If WreckTalk could run for 100 on you, then there's a problem. All right. We're about to get this game underway, guys. Michigan. By the way, I called this. I don't know if for you guys that watch the other streams, I predicted Michigan, Washington national title. Okay? We'll see how smart I look. And it will be looks because I am not that smart. Either way, the hell with the SEC. Yeah, obviously. Michigan beat Bama. They did. They did. It's crazy how bad FSU would have wrecked both those teams. Come on now. Hold on. Speaking of like stopping a nosebleed and stuff, I got to blow my nose. All right. I don't want to blow my nose on camera, though. All right, we're waiting on this game to start. Are you guys ever at work and you sit next to someone who won't blow their nose and they do this for 8 hours straight? That's annoying. If you're one of those people, stop. This was the year to beat Georgia, Rick. I have said that all off season. Why? Why is this the year to beat Georgia? You think maybe I'm too dumb to understand what you're saying. That's possible, but seems like any team that's playing you, that's the time to beat you from that team's perspective, right? Predicting Michigan and Texas. Glad the SEC is not in it. I don't need Texas to be in it because I guarantee you SEC people are, if Texas makes it, are going to say, well, they're going to be in the SEC next year, so the SEC is technically in, which is not true. I'll tell you why I like Washington in this game, though. And I brought this up in another stream. To me, it's kind of like when you watch March Madness. Now, obviously, you play way more games than those in that playoff. And it's not really a playoff, it's a tournament. But teams that you don't expect to make a deep run and do well are teams that are senior heavy and teams that have had players play with each other for, 2, 3, 4 years. They have that chemistry together. And from what I see, Washington has that. I don't know. I mean, look, they're taking advantage of the portal like everyone else. But they haven't been hit as hard with it. Their offensive line has played together for a while. Penix isn't he the Heisman Trophy runner-up? It's going to be an interesting game. homers in general annoy me. Homers don't annoy me, but when your homerism overrides common sense, that annoys me. Like, root for whatever team you want. Like, I'm going to talk trash about Tech because I'm a Tech fan, or the SEC. But when that overrides what is obviously true, then I get annoyed with homerism. Do I like to play with Penix? I do. I play with Penix all the time. By the way, we talked about Touchdown Tim. Touchdown Tim actually had an argument with Penix's mother, legit, on Twitter. All right, we got the coin toss underway. Can't you bet on like the coin toss and stuff? I didn't see. Who's getting the ball first? Washington? Texas will get the ball first. Okay, Washington will get it out of the half. Texas is going to get the ball first in this game. Let's go ahead and update this. We're in the first quarter, guys. So when we get to the fourth, there's no reason to hold up four fingers. I've already identified what quarter it is for you. Isn't Ewers coming back next year too? All right, Steve Sarkisian on the sideline now. Steve Sarkisian getting interviewed, which I would root for Texas if I didn't have other motives. I like that Sarkisian has overcome his demons, going all the way back to like USC and stuff. I think everyone loves a redemption story, a redemption arc, and he's definitely one of them. When was the last time Texas was in a meaningful postseason game? The early 2000s. Washington, they've made the playoffs before, but I'm surprised Kalen, this DeBoer, or the coach for Washington, I can never pronounce his name. I'm surprised he hasn't got a call from big money programs. Like, I'm honestly surprised Texas A&M didn't try and hire him. He looks like a killer, though. So my prediction is Washington wins this game. I do think it'll be a higher scoring game. Probably Washington, I'll say, I will say Washington 49, Texas 41. Or 40, yeah, 41. I'll go 41. 49-41. B-Bean, you ain't lying. That was a hell of a game we watched before this. I don't care that they quit. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to play in a game after getting cheated like that. That's going to make my offseason a lot easier from content creation. So I do think Florida State. Washington will kick it off, and we are underway here. It's short. Texas is going to return, and he gets a good one. Breaks about 2 or 3 tackles. Gets out to the 34. All right. So we'll see Texas come out on offense to open up this game. Ewer's been a really good quarterback this year. He's a sophomore. He's got 3,161 passing yards, 70%, almost a 71% completion percentage. This is going to be probably an offensive battle in the battle of two really good quarterbacks. All right. Texas doing some motion with their tight end. And they'll throw. It looks like they're offsides, though. Or it's a false start. Sorry, offside's a defensive thing. False start for Texas, and that is not the way you want to start the game, guys. By the way, that killed Alabama in the last game. Alabama had a lot of uncharacteristic penalties for a Saban coach team all year, and it didn't change in that playoff game. Penix is soft. Not always. No Skycast for the game. Guess I'm keeping it muted. That's tough, Bulldog Brian. All right, it's going to be 1st and 15 for Texas. They'll play action throw, and not a good throw, probably due to the pressure he had in his face. So it's going to be 2nd and 15 for Texas. Oh, I'm watching it on Field Pass. The hell with that. All right, 2nd and 15 for Texas. They'll hand it off. Big hole for Texas. And that'll be a first down, about a 16-yard gain. I should be rooting for Texas because Tashard Choice, a Georgia Tech great running back, and was probably the best coach we had on staff when he was at Tech, is a running backs coach for Texas. And he has coached some hella good running backs in his short stint as a running backs coach. 1st and 10 for Texas. Play action, a lot of pressure, steps up in the pocket, and it's going to be incomplete. He did good just to get that ball off. Really good awareness by Ewers. Pocket presence to step up there, not get that ball knocked out. That could have easily been a turnover with the pressure he had coming off the edges, both of them. Back to ESPN for better coverage. Agree. I don't know who that guy is that was lacklusterly calling the game. 2nd and 10 for Texas, though. And they, no, it's deflected. That looked like an RPO. Ball's batted. Lucky it's not turned over there. Happy New Year to you as well, B-Bean. Good to see you in here. Good to see all you guys in here. Hope y'all all had a fantastic New Year. And guys, we're almost out of football. I'm sad, but I'm excited we still got some to watch right now. Oh, man. Washington showing a ton of pressure. A jump, but I guess he gets back onside. Washington's wanting a false start on Texas. They're going to have to call a timeout. I guess they get the play off with a second left on the play clock. They'll throw downfield, incomplete. 3 and out for Texas to start this game. And we will have to get to our first pee break, guys. I will be right back. All right, Texas will punt. They get the punt away, and it takes a Texas bounce all the way down to the 11. What I'm seeing initially in this game is it looks like Washington just says, hey, we're going to bring pressure and we're going to play man coverage. We think we're better. Our defensive backs, our safeties, our cornerbacks are better than your wide receivers. We're going to play man. We'll see if they continue to do that. And let's see what Penix can do. And if you're trying to comment something about Penix on Twitter, yes, it will always autocorrect to penis. It's annoying. So you'll say, I love Penix, and you'll end up saying, I love penis, which is not a good look because you can't edit things on Twitter. All right, 14 to go in the first. Love the shades. Yeah, Macho Wreck was over. He left him. All right, Washington will motion the tight end. Play action, they'll throw it quick, but there's a flag, and they'll end up getting 3, but we got to see what the flag was. It's going to be on Texas, offside on Texas, so they'll end up getting 5 out of it and retain the down. That's good for Washington. Did I just piss in 5 seconds? Respect? Yeah, dude. If you can't either pinch one off and get back to what you need to do or piss in 5 seconds, you don't need to be a content creator. Because this is it's going to be a long game. You got to respect the people that came in here to watch you. They didn't want to watch my background while I take a whiz. 1st and 5 for Washington. They'll run it off tackle. He cuts it back up the middle. Pick up 2 or 3 there. That should be a flag. Why is that not a flag? They blow the whistle. They're blowing the whistle 40 times in a row, and he still gets thrown to the ground. I've never seen that called, honestly. But I'd be upset if I'm a Washington fan. You can just take my running back to the ground and possibly hurt him. Why is that not a penalty? When the play's dead. That Washington has a guy with a hood on, man. That guy's hard. 2nd and 2 for Washington. Misdirection, they'll hand it off up the middle again, and he'll be about a half yard short. Nope, they're going to give him the first. Got a pretty good spot there. 1st and 10 for Washington. All right. So the team that beat Bama here, that the only reason Texas is in the playoffs because they did beat Bama, so we'll see how this goes. 1st and 10, Washington from the 21, from their own 21. 12:05 to go in the first. Play action. Penix has time, throws it deep downfield. Got a man, caught! All the way down to the 30, still on his feet. 20, 15, 10. And he's brought down at about the 2-yard line. Wow. Man. Long developing route. Ended up getting the protection. Throws a dime to him, and the guy stays on his feet. Gets all the way down to the 2. I miss who you are leaning towards in this game. I like Washington in this game. I would love it if Alabama and Texas are out when Texas, the only reason they're in is Alabama. Washington will run it up the middle. Touchdown, Washington. How is that not a touchdown? Ray Charles is saying that's a touchdown with Stevie Wonder. Why did that take so long to signal? Yeah, I'm leaning Washington. I think it would be hilarious if Alabama and Texas are out after all the nonsense. And we can say the playoff committee definitely got it wrong. All right, 11:01. Washington will bang the extra point through. And early in this game, 11 minutes to go in the first, 7-0 Washington. I also think it would be poetic if Washington, the Pac-12 champion, in the last year of the Pac-12, ended up winning it all. I think that would be good. Well, big play for Washington there. We'll see if Washington continues to man up and really play press coverage. I would think if they continue to do that, Texas is going to dial up some long plays on 50-50 balls that they're able to convert on. But it seems like the strength for Texas, they really like to bang the ball on the ground. I am torn, though, because like I said, Tashard Choice coaches for Texas, and I'd like to see Texas running game do well. Are there any major opt-outs for playoff games this year? I don't think so. I could be wrong, though. I've been wrong about simpler things in my life. It's probably hard to tell who I'm leaning toward because I have an orange hat on. But I love noodles, and I need everyone to know that. What do you guys think? Let's take a poll. Why did Choice leave Tech? Because it was an absolute dumpster fire when he was at Tech, and he was having to coach under Jeff Collins, and he knew it was never going to be anything as long as Collins was the coach, and he didn't want to wait until Collins got fired. That's why Choice is still at Texas. Or left Georgia Tech. All right, let's start a poll. Who wins this game? Washington, Texas. Yeah, the ultimate clown. And Choice, when he was at Tech before he left for Texas, spoke more sense than anyone on staff. Choice will. I'm willing to say it now. No matter what happens in this game or with Texas, Choice will end up being an OC somewhere. You watch. But Texas is going to have to. They're going to have to get pressure on Penix. If you let Penix sit in the pocket and throw and pick his spots, it's unlikely that Texas wins this game, and they might. The margin might be more surprising than people thought. Alyssa says Texas all day. Okay. We'll let the poll roll until we get to the next commercial break and see what you guys think with this. Longest completion in Sugar Bowl history. How long was that completion? Minister of Snake Oil. All right, I guess Washington will kick off. I guess it's tradition in college football now. You have to have a kicker fatter than Wreck. It'll be short. Texas will return. He's on his feet. Gets back to the 25 or so. All right. So Texas will come back out. I think Texas needs to get at least a field goal here to not allow the momentum to kind of keep spiraling against them. I also think one of the reasons Texas is doing better this year is that Ewers no longer has a stage 6 mullet. Anyone that has a crappy mustache or a stage 4 mullet or better, it's really hard to overcome that with play on the field. All right, 1st and 10 for Texas. They'll run it up the gut here. Pretty good gain. They'll get about 7. Now, if you're Washington, you can't just let Texas run all over you either. I mean, that was kind of the whole reason to man it up, playing a lot of man. All right, 2nd and 2 for Texas now. Play action. Oh, and he turns. He almost gets lit up, but completes it. 4 still on his feet. Past the 50. Past the 40. Big play for Texas. Wow. I mean, there was a guy coming off the edge right in Ewers' face that he didn't see, and he was able to get that ball off quick for a big gain for Texas. Man, headsy play by Ewers there. So Texas now across midfield on the 36, on the Washington 36. 9:46 to go in the first. Another play action. Ewers about drops the ball, unsteady on his feet, takes off running. Lot of room for him, and he'll slide. But not before he gets the first and then some. This is another play that looked like it could have been a disaster. Like, it looked like he about dropped the ball. He had a weird hitch in his gait there. Another big play for Texas, though. Another 1st and 10 for Texas. They'll fake 2 flat routes. Ewers still on his feet, takes off running. He'll pick up about 4 or 5, though. Really interesting play calling. I haven't watched much, non-ACC football, admittedly. But Texas has a very creative playbook from what I've seen thus far. Maybe this is just something they don't normally do for the bowl, but you don't normally see 2 fake, flat routes and then the quarterback take off running it. Second and 6 for Texas now. Nearly in the red zone. They're on the 20. They'll hand the ball off. Big gain. Inside the 10 now, and they will be definitely in the red zone. Be first and goal from the 7. 8:12 to go in the first. Texas trying to answer after a big play, getting some momentum back. Boy, this Baxter, is he, he's a true freshman. Wow, he looks good. They're in a full house set now. Play action, they'll throw the flat again. Stiff arm, ball. Oh, I thought the ball came out. That was his helmet. Probably could have thrown a face mask there on the running back. Let's see. Yeah, no, I guess his helmet's just not on right. That's something that college football players love to do, is have their helmet on really loose, and I've never understood it. I've never understood it. Second and goal now for Texas. They'll hand it off again with some misdirection and touchdown, Texas. All right, I see you. Power Tech wants to change his vote. Put pressure on Penix and he will explode. That's excellent analysis. First last. That's excellent analysis. I agree. When is Tech getting a DC? I have no idea. This game, I think, is going to have way more offense than unicycle Bama one. It's going to have more offense probably than any bowl we've seen. Choice got the running backs doing work. That's absolutely right. Let's see if they can get the extra point. They will, and this game's tied up. Looks like we're in store for another really exciting game to watch, which is good because the other two games I did were Ohio State and Missouri, and then I did a half of Georgia and Florida State. So we're in for some good football tonight, it looks like, guys. All right, we're going to close the poll in 5, 4, 3, and this is the way you need to do 3. Any of you jackasses that hold up 3 fingers like this, I don't trust. 3, 2, 1. We'll end the poll. All right, 25 votes coming in. It's almost split down the middle now. 51% Texas, 47% of you think Washington's going to win. Whew, I'm glad. First Last says, I'm just glad Georgia didn't get a three-peat. Me too. A mí también, chico. Time for pizza? Nah, I ain't doing pizza tonight. Those pizzas... What world are we in with like inflation and stuff when a 12-inch like personal pizza is like $16 and then it asks for a tip, and I'm all about tipping when it applies, like when you go to a sit-down restaurant. And I tip on to-goes too, but like 10%. The lowest tip they have for me is 22% though. I just want to watch you destroy a pizza. Well, I've already eaten, so I might throw up, and I don't think anyone wants to see that. Who did you vote for? I didn't vote in the poll. 7-7 here in the first. Looks like we got an exciting game underway. I tell you what, if people super chat enough, what should be the super chat goal for me to destroy another pizza? $50 maybe? If I get $50 in super chats, I'll order a pizza and destroy it. I got to see what time the place closes, though. Hold on. Let's see what time they close. They close at 11. So we got like an hour and a half to hit $50 in super chats, and I'll destroy a pizza and possibly upchuck on stream. But I'll do it. What do you mean WTF, T-Branch? Go like the video real quick for Wreck. Appreciate it, GT on top. Yeah, it helps me for sure. You should eat black-eyed peas for good luck. Black-eyed peas are gross, and I would never eat them. Pinto beans are where it's at. Big black-eyed peas made that a tradition because no one ever eats them. All right, Texas here to kick off that tipping BS. Yeah, dude, I'll tip 40% if I like the service. All right. But like even when I went to like Fan Day and I got one of those frozen lemonades, they wanted me to tip for that. And I'm like, why? Texas will kick it out of the back of the end zone. Washington's going to take over from the 25. And then anytime you look on that, like the minimum tip's like 25%. Or you have to hit custom. And you have to do it while they're looking at you, which I think's nonsense. So you have someone with their shoulders crossed in front of you while you have to select a custom tip. All right, 1st and 10 for Washington. Taking over on their own 25. They're going to throw. Pressure. Dumps it off. Great read there by Penix. Not trying to do too much. Just dumps it off. He's got pressure in his face. They'll pick up about 5. My food takes are something else. Black-eyed peas are gross. I don't know what to tell you. 2nd and 5. Black-eyed peas are the Georgia fans of food. How about that? 2nd and 5. Washington. They'll pitch it, and they will get back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 5 or so. All right. Texas definitely with the momentum right now. Six minutes to go in the first. We're tied 7-7. 3rd and 4 for Washington. See what they dial up here. They'll get a look at the defense and change the play. They got a 2-back backfield here for Washington. Got plenty of time. Flushed out of the pocket. Looking downfield. Throws. Incomplete. It'll be a 3 and out. At least we can all agree that pineapple on pizza is ass. Definitely. I said this the last time. You wouldn't put an apple on a pizza. Why the hell would you put any other fruit on a pizza? Yeah, you might get a say should have came up with that. They're going to have to punt here 4th and 4. They'll get it off. Took a while to get that punt off, but Texas will field it. Breaks 2 tackles. He's still on his feet. And he'll get, what, about 7 yards out of that. All right. What's been exciting thus far? Pineapple on pizza is excellent, but only with Canadian ham and pepperoni. Wow. Wow. You know what I love? Eating an orange wrapped in bacon. Sounds delicious. With tomato sauce, drenched in tomato sauce and doughy bread. You guys say my food takes are bad. Wow. Why does it have, why can't, like, pizza is fine the way it is. Dough, tomato sauce, cheese, pepperoni. Why do we need all this pageantry surrounding it with pineapples? Pineapples have a big enough ego. They need to be on pizza too. I don't understand some of this. I am getting a little hungry, though. I am. People already grill pineapples and put them on like shish kebabs and stuff. They've already got their thing that don't have to do with traditionally eating fruit. Why they need to be on pizza? Pineapples like the SEC. They got to be on everything. They got to be everywhere. It's unbelievable. I'm just going to start calling pineapple SEC apple. Hell with Panera Bread. Yes, the hell with Panera Bread, McAllister's Deli, Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is garbage. If you think I'm going to spend $15 for a sub, you're out of your mind. By the way, I went to look for a dog today for my daughter. And I went to a place called Petland. And I know the deal with them. I know what they are. And I saw a little Shih Tzu. We looked at it. We played with it. I said, how much is this Shih Tzu? And they said $5,100 for this Shih Tzu puppy. And I laughed in that guy's face. I would gamble $5,100 on one spin of the roulette before I'd pay $5,100 for some dog. SEC is out this year. And that's because they're garbage. All right, 1st and 10 for Texas. They're going empty set. They got 5 wide receivers here. Unless they're hitting a quarterback draw, they're throwing. And a pressure, he's brought down. Sack Washington. Wow. $5,100. $5,000 is what they wanted for this pup. I'll just go to a breeder myself. Go blue. I hear you, Joel. 100. Well, I'm sure people, they're like, well, we can set you up with a payment plan. I'm like, why? So I can spend $10,000 instead of 5? 2nd and 16 for Texas. They'll run it up the middle, pick up about a yard, maybe 2. Who do I like in this one? I think is what you meant to say. I like Washington. And they're like, yeah, it's $5,000, but we can set you up with a Zoom call with a dog trainer. Like, okay, yeah, that makes it worth it. They'll give you a squeaky toy too for free, they say. 3rd and 14 for Texas. Washington showing an all-out blitz here. And they will only rush 3. Texas throws a flat, but got still on his feet, makes a move. There's a flag. He gets met, and he'll be short, about 4 yards short. What is the flag? Looks like they're going to call a hold, maybe. Let's see what we got. You can just adopt one. Yeah, I've got to get one specific for my kid, though. Holding for Texas. All right, so we'll back them up some more. Shih Tzus are like a wannabe Yorkie. I love them, but they, just like mutts of the dog world. If I didn't have to worry about my kid, I would. Yeah, he broke that throw off of a hold. That's a good call. Third and 17 for Texas. Washington's showing blitz every time. Now, they're really trying to confuse Texas with the stunting and who's actually blitzing and who's pulling off. They'll throw. Lexington blitzes one, it looks like. Ton of time. Ewers flushed outside the pocket. Another flag. He'll throw downfield. It's complete for a first, but there's a flag, and it looks like there's a Washington player might be hurt on the sideline. He's getting up, though. Another hold. People thought Michigan were a bunch of cheaters. Look at this Texas team all of a sudden. 2 holds in a row. Why look, the like if you buy a top from a top tier breeder, Shih Tzus are $3,000. That's the ceiling. Yep, that was definitely a hold, by the way. Mutts make the best dogs. I agree, but you don't really know what you're getting. 3rd and 27 now for Texas. They'll hand it off here, and he'll get met about 8 or 9 yards downfield. It'll be 4th down. Texas will have to punt. Pure breeds are a mess. Well, pure breeds have all the issues that inbreeding has. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who pays $5,000 for a dog is their whole business model is they let you play with the dog. They have all these things. They'll bring the dog out, let you play with it, and they're wanting you to make an emotional purchase. So you get attached to this dog, and they'll say, "Oh, Texas gets a punt off. They won't field it. Takes a Washington bounce. They'll get it right around the 20." But what they're betting is you get attached to this dog, and then they can do the car dealer lingo where they don't talk about what it actually costs. Hey, you can take this dog home today for $250 a month or something for 80 years. Congrats, Michigan, for sure. How much are you willing to pay? I would pay up to $2,000 for a dog I felt like was right for my kid. All right, so we're tied 7-7 here. 2024 Roll Tide. Look, Alabama made great adjustments. They didn't come out on top, but I think they still played a hell of a game. The money is dealer financing. Yeah, and this isn't advice to anyone. If you're going to go buy a car, never finance with a dealer. They're going to bend you over. You get your own financing, preferably from a credit union, and do not allow them to talk about a monthly payment with you. You say, the only thing I want to talk about is the tax and title walkout costs of this vehicle. If you talk anything other than that as it pertains to price, I'm walking off this lot right now. And they might let you because they want someone to finance with them. All right, I think it's DC time. But if they think I'm gonna get attached to a dog and pay $5,000, they got another thing coming. We just couldn't sue up the win. That last play was doo doo. I said this. I reacted to that right before this game started. I said I don't know why they didn't roll Jalen Milroe out. If it's open, he throws it. If not, take off and run it. I don't like a quarterback draw right up the middle though. Like I've watched like every Dave Chappelle special. Nothing I've ever heard is funnier than them saying that dog cost $5,100. So that was the funniest thing I've ever heard. Jalen Milroe thinks he's Haynes King. He is athletic. That's not how you need to use his athleticism, though. If you're going to run it right up the middle, you do that with a running back. Only use email to negotiate price. The good thing is because my dad was in the military, I have USAA, so I can, if I wanted, buy a car without ever having to talk to anyone. They negotiate the price, you just go pick it up. Miller says he's still proud of Bama. At least we got the SEC trophy. That's right. Isn't Georgia winless in the SEC championship against Bama, by the way? Pretty sure they are. And I think they're 1-5 against Saban. Who do you think Michigan would rather play? That's a good question, too. 1st and 10 now from the 20 for Washington. They'll run it up the middle, and he gets met. He gets a yard gain, but he got rocked there. One and 5. That's what I thought, Millis. Washington, you think they'd rather play Washington than Texas? Yeah, maybe they match up better with Washington. 2nd and 10 for Washington. Ton of pressure, throws downfield, 50-50 ball caught! I don't know, guys. You say they'd rather have Texas. This passing attack for Washington's pretty darn good, though. Big game for Washington there with 1:44 to go in the first. Where's Sea-Dog? I don't know. I'm sure he's enjoying his day off. All right, 1st and 10 from the 50 now for Washington after that big gain. They'll audible here. 13 seconds left on the play clock. Now 10. All right, Washington will throw. He's flushed out of the pocket. Looking downfield. Nothing there. Throws it up. Oh, that's got to be close to PI. I guess they're going to say it was uncatchable, but I just saw the guy go down. The Mutts are 1-5 versus Saban. And lost 8 of 9? What do you mean lost 8 of 9? We'll do that poll too in the next break. Who would Michigan rather play? Meaning who would Michigan be favored more against if they are favored? 2nd and 10 for Washington. Empty set for Washington. Penix throwing downfield, almost gets sacked, completes it. This guy's a baller. Big game for Washington. He'll be brought down at about the 26. That's big D. Big D by Penix. Big D energy. Do you see how the velocity of the ball out of Penix's hand? It is insane. Lost 8 of the last 9 meetings. Okay. So they're 2 for 9. Man, Washington empty set again. Fake the flat. Looking downfield. Throws a screen. Gets more than I thought he would from it. Gets about 4. 3 or 4. Big Penix. Big Penix plays. And that'll end the first, guys. Happy New Year's, Rec. Hope to meet you at the Slob. Have a great week, sir. You too, man. Glad you came in. Didn't notice your cap lock was on. Well, I thought Slim Shady Canes hacked your account. That's all I thought. All right, let's start this poll. Who would Michigan rather play in the Natty? You guys seem to think it's clearly Texas. I'm not so sure. Texas might have more raw talent. Washington might be a better team, though. That's all I'm saying. You know what? Maybe we just need to order one. I don't know. I'm really 50-50 on ordering a pizza and smashing it at halftime. I don't know what to do. The hell with it. Let's order us a pizza. Let's order us a pizza, guys. Let me make sure I'm ordering it from the right one because there's multiple locations. Only one of them can I walk to. I'm about to show you guys how to order a pizza, too. I won't be asking for no pineapple, so y'all can hold your breath on that.
Thank you so much for calling Blue Man Pizza in Smyrna. This is Heather. How may I help you?
Yeah, I just need to put in an order for pickup.
We actually closed at 9.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
That's okay. Have a good night.
So you close at 9. when the playoffs are on. That's interesting to me. And you answer the phone a quarter till 10 when you closed at 9. This is curious to me. Why would you close at 9 when the playoffs? You stay open during the playoffs. Nah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Well, I can't order it now. I bet the Irish pub is open. They don't have pizza though. I could smash a burger. Let's see if McRae's is open. It says they close at 11. I might order a burger. You know what? No. I'll make my own burger tonight. The heck with these people closing. All right, Washington will take over on the Texas 23 or something. Oh, they run the ball. He's almost caught in the backfield. He gets all the way down to the 6. How did he weasel out of that? Let's see. Looks like the defensive end comes right upfield. It's a read option. He gives. Okay. That was just a good decision by Penix. That was big Penix. Big Penix play. All right, empty backfield for Washington. Oh, and they're going to go Wildcat with Penix at like the B-back spot. Fake it to him on an end around, run it. Pick up about 3. He gets rocked. It's going to be targeting. Texas player comes in at the end of the play, hits him helmet to helmet. I can almost guarantee you this will be a targeting call. Special burger cooking stream? What part of town are you in? I'm in Smyrna, Georgia. No condiments on burger either. No, dude. How many times I have to tell you guys this about condiments? Oh, it's an illegal low block on the defense. An illegal low block on the defense. Let me see. So this is a new rule. I don't know if I've ever seen this called in a game. That's interesting. So they'll get it on the 1.5 yard line here. Washington will. First and goal from the 1.5 yard line for Washington. They'll hand it off up the middle, and he gets met. Won't get in. Be no gain. Mayo, no, like, I don't know, like, guys, this ain't just an act that I hate condiments. Ask Sea-Dog. I've eaten with him many times. Ask anyone who's been to the Slob Olympics. Condiments are nonsense, pageantry, extra, and unnecessary. Like, it's great. If a burger is good, you don't need to drench it in vinegar, red vinegar. Second and goal, they're going to go under center. Motion the wide receiver out. They'll do a counter. Touchdown, Washington. Great play call there. No, I'm going to tell you something. If any of the women that I've been with couldn't get me on condiments or something that's similar to condiments, none of you are. He was untouched. Great counter play call there. Let's see if Washington can hit the extra point. They will hit the extra point. Washington goes up 14-7. What am I thinking? We're in the second quarter. Why didn't anyone say anything? In fact, we probably need to go ahead and heat up the grill, guys. I eat it dry. That's right. And it's not dry. Like, do you guys eat burgers that have 0% fat in them. There's no grease on it. You eat it and it's just like one of these Walmart burgers with no grease on it. You're like, what's it's not dry. Do I ever put condiments on a woman? Well, if I thought it would make food worse, I'll let you answer that question. Did I ever put it on a woman? If Washington's social media doesn't title the highlight clip Big Penix Energy, they're doing it wrong. He does have Big Penix Energy. And you are right. Let's heat up the flat grill. I'll be right back. Let's get this flat grill going. We'll go ahead and get the burger out. We got some buns. And let me tell you guys something. If you don't get the buns with the sesame seed on top, you're doing it wrong. Okay? You got to get buns like this. And we also need, I'm going to ask you guys something. Because I don't know, I can never get two people to agree on how this is pronounced. How do you pronounce this? Can anyone tell me? I call it Worcestershire sauce. But whatever jackass decided to name the sauce something no one could pronounce needs to get beaten within an inch of his life. Sesame is a condiment for bread. I'm fine with that. It's not wet, though. You know what else mess around with potato roll buns? Get out. Get out! Potato roll buns? What even is that, man? What is a potato roll bun? Oh, we need to end the poll. All right, seems like 62% of y'all say Washington's who they'd rather play. Okay, Worcestershire? That's how you pronounce it? Worcestershire? All right, Washington will kick it off again. He finally gets one in the end zone. They're dank. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone call a bun dank. I've heard dank used to describe other things, but not a bun. Yeah, of course we're arguing about condiments, CJ, because people don't know. People seem to think you need all this theater surrounding your meals. All right, 1st and 10 now for Texas. Washington up 14-7. 168 yards for Washington to 101 for Texas. Play fake, and it's blown up. They'll throw it quick, and he's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Washington got the momentum rolling here. I need to try potato rolls. Are they made of potatoes, though? Worcestershire. Worcester sauce? Or Worcester sauce? Worcestershire. 2nd and 12 for Texas. Play fake. Pressure again. Steps up and throws. Incomplete. Great defense by Washington. Martin's potato rolls will get you lifted. Let me tell you something. If you're talking about the same Martins I'm thinking of, that's around Cobb County. Martin chicken biscuits might be the greatest thing you can put in your mouth. And I'm aware of the way I worded it. And I would say it that way again. 3rd and 12. In fact, I'm going to reach out to Martin's. They're going to be the first long-term sponsor of this channel, and I'll do it gladly. 3rd and 12. Quick throw by Texas. Might have got away with another hold there. They'll be short, though. About 4 yards short. What about ribs? Oh, I could throw down a rack of ribs. And I will eat barbecue sauce. It's one of 2 sauces I will actually eat. But it has to be vinegar based. Again, just throwing sugar in some liquid is not good. Vinegar based barbecue sauce is where it's at. Yeah, ribs are great. 4th and 4, Texas will punt this thing away. He will field it and drops it. Texas picks it up. Texas will get it inside the 20 now. We've now seen 2 muff punts in like an hour. You can't do that if you're Washington. Barbecue sauce is a common a bit, dude. I will. There's 2 condiments I'll eat. I've told you. I don't know if maybe I haven't told you this. I will do A1 for a crap steak, and I'll do barbecue sauce if it's vinegar based. Now I don't consider dips sauces. I will eat buffalo chicken dip, and I will eat artichoke dip. All right, so now Texas gets the ball back on the Washington 22. What a mistake. And they'll hand it off up the gut. Close to a first, picks up about 9. White Rabbit, nothing on a hot dog? No. Nothing on a hot dog. I love a plain-ass hot dog, man. I'll eat the hell out of a plain-ass hot dog. Call it a Penix dog and just eat that thing raw, boy. This is a very complex code. I sound like a hypocrite again. 2nd and 1 for Texas. They'll hand it off tackle. Ton of room. He'll get down to about the 5. I'm all right with it, B-Bean. There's a flag down, though. It's a complex code for a complex person. Why do you think I'm single? Illegal shift on the tight end for Texas. Oh, that's a mistake. Women can't handle a guy that has a complex code like that. Some people's star shines too bright. And that's me. I don't know anyone that embodies that better than me. All right, 10:55 to go after the penalty is 2nd 6 for Texas. They'll play fake, RPO, complete. Inside, brings them about down to the 1. Texas rolling. You have to agree with vinegar-based barbecue? Yeah. Just a sugary brown sauce is disgusting. You might as well eat molasses. One day the perfect woman will sweep you off your feet. If a woman sweeps you off your feet, that's a problem. It should be the other way around. 1st and goal for Texas from the 1. I would never admit a woman swept me off my feet. They'll go under center, hand it off to a fullback. Touchdown, Texas. What a back and forth game. I need another camera in my kitchen for if I cook something. That's a big woman. Yeah, if a woman can like pick me up, she's benching, 250 or so. All right, we'll see if Texas can hit the extra point, tie this game up. Sweet Baby Ray's good. There's a place in, is it Marietta Cherokee Cattle Company that's got really good barbecue sauce. They pulled it a little, but he gets it in there. It's now tied in the 2nd quarter, 10:08 to go, 14-14. Cooking with Wreck for the 3rd channel. We'll do it. All right, let's go check on this girl. Let's see if I burn the place down. I'll keep you guys updated. I've never cooked with sunglasses on inside, so this should be interesting. and we're going to make 2 burgers. We're going to make 2. Hopefully I don't set the smoke alarm off. All right. Also, if you don't toast your buns, you're a jackass. Why would you not toast your buns? Don't block me, but your ex can recommend a woman to you because she knows you. And let me tell you why that's such an ignorant comment. What will end up happening with that? She's going to recommend a woman she knows and she's friends with. Then they'll compare notes to you, and then they will double you up and crapping on you later. That's the most losing take I've ever heard. Like, oh yeah, he's a little moody. Oh, I know, girl, he is so moody. Girl, when we were together, he'd get up in the morning, he'd just be pissed off. I'd have to tell him what was up. That's why that's a horrible idea. I've already been through that. Anyone else live in Marietta, Smyrna? Cobb County, I'm not going to say it's 100% great, but it is a good place to live. Only if it was a good breakup. Yes, she recommends some Amazon, 6'7" woman to you that snaps your pennix off like a celery stalk and throws it in the tall grass. Yeah, that'd be good. Well, we're tied up in the second quarter, guys. Is the Irish pub any good? It's okay. I'm not super impressed. I tell you though, I do really like shepherd's pie. A good shepherd's pie is I have not been to Brandy's Hot Dogs, no. All right, Texas with a left-footed kicker that pisses me off will kick off now. Out of the end zone, Washington will take over from their own 25. Gwinnett County? Wouldn't that be Buford? All right, Washington will take over. I got to make sure I don't burn my buns while I'm watching this. 1st and 10 for Washington. They'll throw, rolls out, sticks his foot in the ground, throws deep downfield. Can they? Caught even when he was pulling his shoulder. Man, Washington is rolling. Washington is rolling. What an exciting game. Lilburn, Snellville, Buford, okay. Great catch. I mean, Big Penix is going to have like 500 yards throwing in this game. He's got to have like 200 now. We got a timeout. All right, I can check my buns. Officials timeout. What are you doing? All right, Penix is up to 190. That's what I thought. Yeah, Penix's deep accuracy is out of this world. All right, 1st and 10 for Washington. After that big play, they'll toss it. Oh, he gets met, but he picks up about 7. Turner Field. Is that like the worst area in the state? That Turner Field area? Happy New Year, Chris. I'll tell you how bad Turner Field is. The preacher at the church I grew up in got shot in the back in the parking lot of Turner Field. And he said, hey, man, avoid this place. They shoot preachers down here. You might not want to come down. 2nd and 4. They'll hand it off up the middle again. Pick up about 2. Turner Field is the new Georgia State football field. You're right. Third and 1 for Washington. The way this game is going, you might not be able to settle for field goals. Third and 1 for Washington. See what they dial up here. It's got to be a read option or something. They'll run it up the middle, and he won't get it. They're going to have to settle for a field goal unless they're going to go for it. I think they lost yards on that. What happened here? They like helicoptered him like it was a wrestling move, too. They're going to go for it on 4th and 1. All right. This is big. This is a big Penix move right here, guys. Big Penix. They're going to run a wildcat out of it. They'll run it up the middle, and they won't get it. They'll turn it over on downs. Wow. Well, not good, Washington. Why do you need to measure that? Guys, why do you need to measure this? He's way short. He's way short. Unless the lines are just way, way, way off. Yeah, he's a full yard short. And that helps Texas, by the way. These are little things that people don't think of that kind of screw a game a little bit. Is now that gives Texas time to get their play call in and take time to regroup. Now they should have been prepared anyways with the 4th down, but still it helps them a little more. What kind of cheese, guys? I'm going pepper jack. I think pepper jack's great. You can't really do it with frozen burgers like this, but any of you guys that get like a well done steak or medium well, I don't get. The most cook a steak should be is medium. Anything past that, you've absolutely ruined the steak. Medium rare is how I go. Texas D brought the big Penix energy. They did. They saw the big Penix energy and mustered some of their own. All right, I think we about got the burgers ready. Let's go check them again. Oh yeah. It's looking good over here. All right. I mean, you let me know what you think, guys. My green screen thinks that my cheese is very green in my plate. And if you want a good tip, you have like a flat grill like that, put the cheese right on the flat grill. Melt it, put the bun on top, turn it one time, scoop it up, put it on top of your burger meat. Did anyone just see the Big 12 commercial that had 4 schools included underneath the logo? No. All right, Texas will take over. They'll hand it off. Big run for Texas. Breaks a tackle, gets a first. And you got to let the burgers rest, too. You don't just dive right into them. Let them rest. I do cheese. I used to not, though. Play action for Texas. Deep ball, way downfield, 50-50, incomplete, no flag. Be 2nd and 10 for Texas. For naked burgers, they look good. Well, let me ask you something. If you want to get with a woman, do you want all this clothes on her? Or you want a naked woman in your bed? You know, that's how I approach food. 2nd and 10. Texas will hand it off, and he'll be brought down. About a 2-yard loss. So it's going to be, what, 3rd and 12 for Texas. All right, we got some defenses bowing up here. $6:20 to go in the half. Texas will throw. A lot of pressure, overthrew him. I don't know if the Texas wide receiver was looking for a flag or there was miscommunication or what. They did not look on the same page. At all. Yeah, that looks like miscommunication. Or he just doesn't understand why he overthrew him so badly. You want a portable burner, portable Coleman grill, and cooler? Nice. Explain? I thought I explained it. Texas will get the punt off. Fair catch on about the 25 for Washington. I'll ask you this. Condiments are like lingerie. Okay? They're completely useless. When a lady puts on lingerie for you, it's going to come off right after she puts it on. What's the point? What's the point? All right. Oh, yeah. That's where it is, God. That's where it is. But you love the lingerie? I just think it's pointless. How long will it take me to smash 2 burgers? We've now reached the mukbang portion of the stream. I think if I was hungry enough, I could eat 10 burgers in under 15 minutes. Mayo is must for a burger? Mayo's the most disgusting of all condiments. How dare you? Mayo or mustard? Mayo's probably the most disgusting. Give me the onion, pickle, lettuce, and tomato. Is tomato a fruit? And if so, why? How many Crystal burgers could I crush in 30 minutes? 0, because Crystal burgers are gross. They taste like pickles, and pickles are disgusting. You would never see me eat a Crystal's burger. Are they even in business? Does Crystal's even exist anymore? I haven't seen one in like a decade. The first burger was pretty good. We'll see about the second. Let's see how the second burger does. Where's your burger? I don't know, man. 1st and 10 for Washington. 5:55 to go before half. They'll hand it off. Oh, and throw it back to Penix. And it's incomplete. What is with all these gadget plays, all these condiment plays? I don't like people that aren't quarterback throwing the football. That's just on principle. Second and 10 for Washington. They'll hand it off tackle. Pretty good gain. Get about 5 or 6. Oh, yeah. We're almost there. 3rd and 4. Can Washington convert? Done. Time. Third and 4 for Washington. Throws complete. It's going to depend on the spot. They're spotting him. They're giving him the first. Then they move the ball back. They might have to measure this. They're going to take a timeout to review the spot. In 2022, George says he won a portable 3-burner, portable Coleman Grill and cooler, a $250 Academy Sports gift card, 4 Braves tickets, and on-field experience. He had basketball and NFL package to choose from. How the hell did you win all that? We'll have to go check the film ourselves. They're checking film on the field. I have to go back and check the film on how long it took me to eat 2 burgers. And they weren't small. I mean, you saw them. They're like this. How long is it going to take to review this? This stuff irritates me to no end with how long it takes to review stuff. I'm getting hot. Getting hot. Do you see my nips? Had to get that off. That's what she said. So they've already moved the ball back. Okay, looks like... Did they go for it on 4th down again? Probably not. Yep, they're after review. They're calling them short. 4:38 to go before halftime. I imagine they punt. Nip slip achieved. That's right. That sweatshirt is a condiment. That comment's a condiment. Get out of here with that. Fourth and 1, they're going to go for it again after not converting the first fourth down conversion. Vic, good to see you in here, sir. They're going to rush up to the line of scrimmage here. Go under center. They're probably going to do a quarterback sneak. Looks like they're trying to draw them off sides. A lot of pageantry, very condiment-like play calling. They're not going to draw them off sides. They'll take the timeout. I imagine they're going to punt. Vic, you missed me eat 2 burgers in like 2 minutes. That was a very condiment 4th and 1 play call. Where are your chips and dip? The only dip I will eat is buffalo chicken dip. Salsa is gross because it's tomatoes. I guess they are going to go for it. Okay. Oh, man, the winding road we drive down here in this game. Alabama will be back next year. They probably will. I mean, you got to be one of the most talented teams in the country. 4th and 1, they're going to go shotgun. They're going to motion literally everyone. They will snap it. They will run it up the middle. They will get the conversion and then about 6 more yards. Pizza has tomato sauce, but it's hot. If tomatoes are in something, it has to be hot. It can't be cold. That's why cocktail sauce is gross. 1st and 10, empty set for Washington. A lot of pressure. Steps up, takes off, throws. Was he beyond the line of scrimmage? They're going to get a first. There's no flag. I think that is something you can review. He looked like he was beyond the line of scrimmage to me. Oh, you have to go completely? I think he might have been across the line of scrimmage. That's why Italian food is okay for the most part. They are going to review this. They will review it. Like ziti's fine, that's hot. Salsa's gross. Cocktail sauce is gross. Ketchup is gross. I can make a little chart if you guys need it. Do y'all need a chart? I mean, I can make one. Okay. This is good. This is fine. Okay. Where's my cursor? All right, this is good. This is bad. They're saying the ruling on the field stands. Ketchup, gross. Cocktail sauce is gross. Okay, because this is called salsa. Gross. Okay, I hope that clears that up for you guys. Well, I don't have a better way of doing it. 1st and 10 for Washington. 3:10 to go in the half. Play fake, throw a little tunnel screen, and pretty good completion. Pick up about 5. Oh, and on the gross is just plain tomatoes. They're gross. 2:40 to go in the half now. 2nd-5 for Washington. You don't need to put anything on fries. That's how you eat them. College football needs to do something about this crap. This is such BS in college football. This happens in almost every game now, where if the offense substitutes, the defense will take the entire play clock to substitute. And there's no rule saying you can't do it, forcing them to call a timeout. Why is there not a rule to address this? And why, if there's not, why would you not do it every time the offense substitutes? Just keep substituting defensive players. Was my mom a working mom when I grew up? Kinda. Like, why is that allowed? Why was that not thought of before now? So if someone's in field goal range, just keep subbing special teams players. Oh, they got Matthew McConaughey on the sideline. I think we're doing pretty all right in this game, guys. All right. 2nd-5 for Washington. Play fake, quick throw up the seam, split the safeties. Good completion for Washington. I assume they split safeties. I don't know if they had 2 safeties high or not. Now, he kind of split linebackers there. It looked like they're actually in a cover 3 look. First and 10 for Washington. Play fake. Got time. Steps up. Deep ball. Got a man. Overthrew him. It would have been a touchdown. Overthrew him. Be 2nd and 10 Washington. Yeah, Penix has been money on the deep ball, but he overthrew this about a yard. Your favorite Matthew McConaughey movie? Dallas Buyers Club. They'll go empty backfield now. Washington will throw, steps up, avoids pressure. Touchdown off a tip ball, Washington. Wow. How about that? Hell of a play. Let me see what the defense is doing. Yeah, they have cover 3. They showed cover 2. The safety comes down to cover the post, and it kind of leaves like a one-on-one matchup on that ball. Ooh, almost blocked that thing, but they get it through, and Washington will go up 21-14. Ooh, man, what a play. This Washington offense might be the truth. It is the truth, dude. I mean, you cannot cover that better if you're Texas. If you're a Texas fan, you're like, oh my goodness. What do we have to do to stop Penix? Big Penix is too big. He's not asking right now. Oh, he's getting fed by his backup, too. We Are Marshall, Armistead, and We Are Marshall. We Are Marshall was really good, and I'm pretty sure it was filmed in the Atlanta area. Because I saw a picture of the football field they used for Marshall's home stadium. It's all dilapidated and run down now, but I know that that was in Atlanta somewhere. All right, minute 27 to go. Can Texas at least get a field goal here? Matthew, what do you think Texas needs to do? Well, I mean, we're going to have to play defense a little bit better, guys. We can't be letting people beat us downfield like that. You know what I'm saying? It's not all right, all right, all right. It's really, really bad, bad, bad. It's kind of like when I drive my Lincoln. I don't have to worry about anything. Everything's as it should be. Unlike this game in our secondary, it's not very good. All right. Washington will kick off. It will be returned. And, oh, big return. Almost a big return. Gets back above the 25, but it looked like he might have broke that. I thought Marshall got a new stadium up 15 years ago. No, I'm talking about when they filmed the We Are Marshall movie. What they used for their home stadium was actually a stadium they built in Atlanta somewhere. Man, Penix is so good. Could Penix be the next Pat Mahomes? Is he that kind of talented? All right, 1st and 10 for Texas after that return. Oh, Ewers tries to throw a slant, gets batted down at the line of scrimmage, though. Minute 15 to go in the half. All right, 2nd and 10 for Texas, trying to muster up something going into the half. All right, Texas complete and probably a first. It'll be close. Looks like they are spotting them. They will pick up the first. Washington played Texas in 2022. Penix threw for 287 yards, it looks like. Penix is definitely going to be the top quarterback if he hasn't declared. All right, 1 timeout for Washington, 3 timeouts for Texas. So they have all their timeouts here, almost to the 40. Texas is going to throw deep ball, got a man, and he dropped it. He had him and he dropped it. You've got to catch that in a game like this. If you're going to make a big catch, you got to do it in this situation. Got to catch it. Wow. Now it'll be 2nd and 10 for Texas. See what they dial up here. Texas will throw. Good throw. Be a 1st down. Completion. 59 seconds to go in the half now. All right. Be 1st and 10 for Texas. They're across midfield now. They at least want to get a field goal out of this. They'll hand it off up the middle. Don't get much, maybe 3 yards. They'll use one of their 3 timeouts here. All right. What was the over/under on this game? Had to be high. Renewed my Georgia Tech season tickets for next year, or for Christmas. Can't wait till next season. I'm with you, David. I'm 100% with you. I've got a lot of videos to make. I've been saying that, but holidays have made it difficult. Texas now has to keep. They actually have their whole playbook. They have 2 timeouts left, so there's not a play in their playbook they can't run. I definitely think we'll see them run it at least one more time here. They're coming out empty set, though. Motion the running back in the backfield. 2nd and 7 for Texas. They will throw, and they'll complete it close to a first. He's going to be short, though. No? They're giving him the first. Now, if they have to... No, they give it to him. 1st and 10 for Texas. Questionable spot. Almost takes a sack. Ewers gets laid out. He will complete it for about 5 yards. But he took a shot. It's cool. Got us stuck up on the off-season content. Yeah, I plan to film a bunch of stuff in the coming weeks and release it. Stagger the release. All right, 2nd and 6 for Texas. So that was a 4-yard pickup for them. All right, Texas will throw here. Ton of pressure, flushed out of the pocket, being pursued, and he'll just take off and run with it. Dives for the first, but he'll be short about a yard. Does get out of bounds, though. Five-yard gain for Texas. Oh, yeah, he did trip himself. Tripped up over his own foot. 1 foot in front of the other, guys. 3rd and 1, 29 seconds to go in the half. Washington up 7 points, 21-14. No 3rd down conversions in this game. Do we see it here on 3rd and 1? It's a play fake. Ewers steps up. He'll take off running. Ton of room for Ewers. Down to the 10. He'll slide, and he'll take a shot after he slid. That should be a flag, yes. Texas is going to get it near the 1, I guess, with this flag. 20 seconds to go in this game, and they're getting ready to throw fisticuffs here. A lot of jawing going back and forth. Final, Washington 38, Texas 28, says Roger. Stan says 42-21. All right, it'll be half the distance to the goal. So I guess they'll get it on like the 3. Yeah, that was dumb on that defensive player. I will say this, though. When you're a defensive player, you don't know if the quarterback is going to slide or not. Now, there he obviously gave himself up, but it's hard to redirect your body in like less than a second. All right, Texas still with 2 timeouts left. We'll probably see a run here, if I had to guess. And they will run it, and they will score. Touchdown Texas with 17 seconds to go in the half. What a game. What we've seen, we're going to see most likely 41 or 42 first half points. Yeah, sick block in there by Texas. Baxter didn't have to do much there. All right, see if Texas can hit the extra point. We saw Michigan mess this up, and it will go through. So we will have a tie ball game with 17 seconds to go in the first half. 42 first half points up to this point, up to this juncture. I don't want to. I need a thesaurus. Is thesaurus in the thesaurus? Comments about DJ and FSU. I'll be honest, I did not watch much of DJ. Well, he was at Oregon State, right? Or was he at Washington State? Where the hell was he? I always get Oregon State and Washington State mixed up. That's why I purposefully haven't mentioned where he played before. I haven't seen much of him. His stats look good. He looks like a much improved player. And, I think getting out of Clemson helped him. And that's not a dig at Clemson. It just wasn't working for him there. I am not as excited as Florida State guys are on that get, though, most likely. I think it's a decent get. It's not probably your first pick of quarterbacks that were in the portal this year, though. Oregon State. Yeah, but he's going to Florida State, right? He was at Oregon State. He's transferring to Florida State. I know he wasn't at Florida State this year. Texas will kick it off with 17 seconds to go. It'll go in the end zone. We'll see if Washington decides to take a shot or if they'll knee this out or just run the clock out. Washington only has one timeout, though. So if you try and drive down the field, don't get it. Texas has 2 timeouts. They could get the ball back. Yeah, as far as a get for Florida State, I'd say DJ's about a B. The guy out of Washington State's probably an A. A guy like Penix would be like an A+. I'd give DJ a B. Washington will knee the clock out. So we will go into halftime with a tie ball game, 21-21. Oh, it was a typo? Okay. KJ Wallace got an offer from UCLA. Yeah, I think Tech is going to be fine in the portal. They're interviewing Sarkisian here. See what he says. I think both teams have played equally as well up to this point. And I'm not just saying that because it's a tied ball game. They both made kind of the same number of mistakes. Both made about the same number of big plays. Washington probably has more big plays, but yeah, I don't know what you guys think about DJU, but I think it's a decent get. I don't think it's the best they could have got either. As far as this game, it'll be interesting to see what adjustments are made. Definitely both teams need to make defensive adjustments. Anytime you score 21 first half points, you're on pace to score 42. Not much you need to adjust on offense, but you got to slow the other team down a little better. Michigan's D is better than both teams. Oh, 100%. Michigan's defense is pretty nasty. I mean, Michigan has a really good defense. That's probably a top 3 defense in the country, right? And you could make the argument they might be the best defense in the country. I tell you what's weird to me as far as portal, though. Why did Ohio State's quarterback hit the portal and go to Syracuse? Like, what does Syracuse have that Ohio State doesn't? I'm confused. And Syracuse has a brand new head coach. I mean, maybe this head coach is portal master or something. Looks like Michigan natty to you. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously what that game will come down to if Washington were to win. Let's say Washington won. Is Washington's offense better or Michigan's defense better? Coaches must have told him he will not start. Interesting. Syracuse was the only school that wanted him? Interesting. Interesting. I mean, who was the biggest get quarterback out of the portal? Because there were a ton of starting quarterbacks in the portal this year. All right. Let's take another poll. We'll see now. Who wins this game? Michigan. Michigan. What? Y'all got? I got Michigan on the brain. Washington, Texas. I'm still going. Washington. Still going Washington. Oh, your guess is Syracuse is the only school that wanted them? Yeah, I don't know. I would think. Syracuse does not have a super attractive NIL offering, so I don't know. Washington does not score 30 on everyone. Well, let's go look at their schedule. Washington 2023 schedule. Arizona, they won 15-7. So they didn't put up 30 on Arizona, which is interesting. And Oregon State, DJU coming full circle, and Washington State. There's only 3 teams that haven't put 30 up on, and that's Washington State, Oregon State, and curiously, Arizona State. Let's look at Texas 2023 schedule. Texas did not put up 30 on TCU that they got a struggle win in, and Iowa State. That's interesting. Texas has more 30-point plus games than Washington. I wish they could show the playoff games on ABC like they did before these playoffs started. What's going on, Jake? Yeah, I mean, ESPN's interesting. Serious question. Will Georgia Tech have the best returning quarterback in the conference? I'd have to think. I will say this. Georgia Tech will have the deepest quarterback room in the conference. I'll say that. Michigan is better than Oregon. Yeah, but when you beat a team of Oregon's caliber twice, I think that's a pretty impressive statement. Oh man, I went hard today, guys. The tired is hitting. I might need another DC. Yeah, I need another DC. Seems like a lot of you guys like Washington after the half. I got to think about the best quarterback returning to the ACC. That's a good question. If Michigan wins the national title, will we see more lawsuits? Will people start suing the NCAA because Michigan, cheated? Will this be like the lawsuit season? I think that since May and Travis are leaving, well, who's even returning in the ACC? Plummer, does he have more eligibility left? Because NC State's quarterback's in the portal. Drake May is declared. Cade Klubnik will be back. Van Dyke is in the portal. No one cares about Pitt's quarterback. I'll tell you what, though, Boston College's quarterback's pretty good. He might continue turning heads next year. Plummer's gone? Okay. Virginia, no one cares about. Let me look. Let's look at the ACC. Let's look at the ACC. I don't know anything about Virginia Tech's quarterback. Duke's quarterback's in the portal. Syracuse doesn't even have a quarterback. Wake's quarterback was awful. So I guess it would come down to Cade Klubnik, Casanellos at Boston College, and Haynes King. I would say Haynes King is the best returning starter if he didn't have the interceptions, but Cade Klubnik has a ton of interceptions too. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right. Yeah, I think you could say that. I think you say Haynes King's the best returning starter in the ACC at the quarterback position. But the thing is, are there only 3 or 4 returning starters in the ACC? That's why this portal stuff has gotten way out of hand. Well, I would be interested to know how many returning starting quarterbacks are there in the Power 5. It might be less than 50%. Now that factors in graduation too. But I don't know. Leonard left for Notre Dame. Notre Dame's garbage, man. They took Wake's quarterback and screwed him up. He looked the worst he's looked his entire career at Notre Dame. And I bet they do the same thing to Leonard. And I don't blame Leonard for transferring. I mean, his coach went to A&M. I would have rather gone to A&M and followed Elko if I was Leonard, though. I mean, that's totally not against the rules. Riley Leonard did that with Caleb Williams. Now, Caleb Williams is a garbage bag human being, and no one should ever believe or take seriously anything he says, but I thought that was suspicious. If Haynes King throws for 3 stacks, 30 touchdowns, 10 picks, does he get drafted in the first round? Maybe. It would depend on what that looked like. But yeah. And that also depends on who else would be drafted next year too. It would also have to do with who needs a quarterback in next year's draft. I know one team that will need a quarterback is the Falcons. Players should get to play wherever they want. The they're there for education argument is a joke. Set morality aside for a second. Because I on some level agree with you. You should be able to go wherever you want. But if we're getting to a point where you have to recruit your own roster year-round, you have to recruit a new roster year-round, any team can rip any player from any team because there's really no such thing as tampering. Like, is that good for college football as someone who watches it? Set morality aside, and I think it's problematic. Just look at these bowl games. Half or more of them are unwatchable because of the opt-outs and portal nonsense. So it has nothing to do with they're there for education. Obviously, they're not there for education anymore. And I hate that. They're not student athletes anymore. They're amateur athletes. That's what it's become. But just ask yourself, as far as watching college football in the postseason, is this good? I don't think it is. Have a quarterback go in the first round will help with the recruiting for sure. Haynes King is better than Cade, hands down. I think that Castanelis could be elite if his accuracy improves. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. They should put a cap on college. Let me end the poll here. All right, so 63% of y'all think Washington's going to win in the half. 36% think Texas. Let me turn off the sound here for all these ads playing. They should put a cap on college like they do in the pros. You mean with NIL, you should cap the amount of. You basically should have a salary cap in college football. I tend to agree with that because that's why I hate watching baseball. There's no salary cap in baseball. So the Yankees and the Dodgers have the best roster every year in baseball because they have the most money. All right. And people will bring up, well, it's, people comment all the time, it's not about being fair. Like B. Bean said that. It's not, life isn't fair. Yeah, but we're talking about competitive athletics. And you can even set aside fair. Who cares about fair? It's what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch the same 4 teams in the playoffs every year, or the same 4 teams in the playoffs for baseball, or 8 teams, or however many they are? I mean, I don't. If you watch baseball, I'm sorry. Do you want to watch the same teams compete for a championship year in and year out? Keep in mind that most of the country doesn't root for those 2 teams. Porter Osborne says, so glad Bama lost. Were all of Georgia fans rooting against Bama and they give Sea Dog such grief? I'm glad Bama lost too because it helps my narrative. And I'll be honest about what my narrative is. I want Bama to lose and I want Texas to lose because of the Florida State snub. Because we all know the only reason Texas is playing in this game is because they beat Alabama. And I would love for the playoff committee to have egg on their face for the 2 teams that they hamstrung in to lose. So that's my position. We probably have the best kicker in the ACC next year. I don't know about that. I don't know about all the. I don't know all the other kickers in the ACC. The NCAA just ended the Michigan investigation. They said nothing to see here. Well, then why was he punished 3 games? Like they should have to pay. Then the NCAA should have to pay Michigan if they investigated after suspending him for 3 games and said, "Hey, we shouldn't have suspended you for 3 games." Maybe that'll be another lawsuit. Is Michigan going to sue the NCAA? They would probably have grounds to do it. The standard still resides in Athens, though. Yeah, I mean, Georgia's a good team. For sure. Ranthor says, did you see graduation rate graph that someone posted across conferences? I'm assuming you're talking about Georgia having the lowest graduation rate, minus 1 team out of 160 teams. I did, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, it doesn't look good, but I don't. Here's the thing with statistics. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, and I'm not trying to defend Georgia, but I don't understand how any of that was calculated enough to really educatedly comment on it. UGA outlier with 41%. Yeah. Now, I will say, if the statistics for every team out of that 160 is calculated the same and Georgia's that low, again, I don't understand any of it as far as how it was calculated or the data or whatever, but it's not a good look. Now, that being said, as far as people that watch college football, they're not going to care. They need to do like Chip Kelly, says Joe. No more conferences, and everyone in Power Five gets the same amount of TV money. Then have a maximum on NIL. But then this is just the NFL. And I feel like there's a reason why we watch college football and not the NFL. Because most people that watch football, you're either an NFL fan or you're a college football fan. All right, you're a college football fan and you casually watch the NFL, or you're an NFL fan and you casually watch college football. Now, the reason you would be a diehard college football fan is the tradition, the conferences, the rivalries. And some of that exists in the NFL, but like 1% of the college football rivalries and traditions exist in the NFL. So if we're just going to wipe all that away, it makes it less fun for probably the majority of college football fans to watch. If we wanted to see that, we would just watch the NFL. Graduation. I see you. Can Porter ask? Can I call in? I don't do call-ins on the streams though, but I will do a call-in show soon, and you're definitely welcome to call in. Got 500 on Washington money line plus 125. Vandy, why do you continue to want to be separated from your money? How much money do you bet on sports, man? Like, you give me a bunch of grief, and this isn't like some vindictive thing, but you might have a problem, sir, if you're dropping $500, $600, $700 a week on sports betting. Not good. I thought Michigan suspended Harbaugh, not the NCAA. Oh, that could be true. Michigan might have done that on their own. That's right. Yeah, I look pretty stupid saying that. They should put AstroTurf in the Superdome. Do you guys remember Tech back in the 70s? And it wasn't just Tech. A lot of teams had this, it was like neon green almost AstroTurf when AstroTurf first came out. It looked like the same stuff that's like on a tennis ball. And I don't understand the artificial turf stuff. Like, I would much rather play on like natural grass than artificial grass. Good players will turn into mercenaries and college pride will vanish. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the rest of you guys think about that, but just wiping away everything that makes college football really exciting and fun to watch seems like not the way it needs to go. Porter says, looking forward to it. Hope you had a great holiday season. I'll catch you another time. All right, see you, Porter, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, and like, I think there's a lot of ways you could fix this. The problem is that the NCAA just unloaded the floodgates. You know, it's kind of like, and this is a bad analogy, I know, and it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. Let's call them gold and white for Tech. You have the gold ideology and the white ideology. And the gold ideology will think, well, if we just give up a lot of stuff we want and kind of placate the white side, then things will be smoother. No, it never works that way. What the white side will do is just say, great, now we want more. That was a good start. And that's what happened with the NCAA. They were afraid of being sued to oblivion. So they just unloaded the floodgates, thinking that this would appease everyone. And I ask you guys, looking around the world of college football, does everyone seem to be appeased, or does it seem to be even more chaotic than it ever has? I'll wait. Jay Batt and Key want to turn Bobby Dodd back to grass. Yeah, you know where we got that artificial turf from? That's a good trivia question. If you know where we got that artificial turf from, drop a comment. The turf was a Collins thing. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? And I'm sure the thought process there is, oh, well, it's cheaper to maintain than having to have all these landscaping maintenance guys. I don't care. Lost wages has taken a beating with the dog this year. What are you talking about? Bringing back changes without a good plan, good ideas, poor implementation. 100%. 100%. I'm sure you guys see this where you work too, where it's like, oh, we're gonna do this without really any forethought. Like I've been at companies like, hey, we're gonna unleash this new way of doing things, and I'm like, well, why not pilot it on like one of your projects or one wing of your business? And no, we're gonna do it everywhere. Okay, well that way, if there's a problem with it, it's pervasive amongst your whole company. That's what the NCAA did. Las Vegas. Okay. All right, Texas will kick it off to start the third quarter. It'll go in the end zone for a touchback. The NCAA has no control of the courts. Ruled the NCAA was violating players' rights for years. But it swung way in this dumb direction where like even the rules you're using are like oxymoronic to the spirit of that rule, like antitrust to justify making college football less competitive. I agree they were violating players' rights, but now it's in this weird Wild West territory. 1st and 10 for Washington. They'll quick throw to the sideline, and he runs over a Texas guy, nearly a first down, pick up about 9 yards. My hair is pretty tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've kind of got this emo thing going with my hair coming out of my hat. I walk a lonely road. 2nd and 1 for Washington. Do you think it is a good idea for Florida State to join the Big Ten or SEC? I mean, financially for them it is, but 2nd and 1, play fake. They'll throw it quick to the outside, and they'll pick up the first down. Washington, first down. I mean, that's kind of a loaded question. Is it a good idea for Florida State to join the Big Ten or SEC? The SEC doesn't want them, from what I can tell. They don't need them. Like, both of those conferences are becoming bloated, and that's another piece of the pie that a team is going to take out. So I think Florida State really needs to think through of how this is going to go. 1st and 10 for Washington. Creeping up to midfield. And they'll play fake. Penix keeps it going up the middle. Picks up a first. really good fake there. It was like almost like an inverted veer with the wide receiver. All right, so now Washington on the better side of the 45 here. 1st and 10. The Washington will hand it off. They'll pick up about 2. Not much there. Did I hear the KQ story about Collins? I don't like KQ. It's not even that I don't like KQ. I don't like how he does business. I don't like how he treats people he calls colleagues. But yeah, I've said it. You talking about the pool noodles and stuff? I mean, if I talk about it too much, KQ might copyright strike my video, so I'll try and be careful. 2nd and 8 for Washington. They'll throw. Pressure coming. He dumps it off. Washington makes a move, but trips up over himself. Washington wide receiver does. It'll be 3rd down and let's see. 3rd and 8. Like, I don't wish ill on Kelly. I think he wishes ill on other people, if that makes sense. Third and 8 for Washington here. I'm sure they'd love to retake this lead. They'll throw ton of pressure. Got a man on the either an out or a comeback or a curl. They'll pick up the first. Paul Johnson called him the minister of bullshit. Yeah, anytime you give yourself a nickname, you're a complete jackass and you need to check out of whatever you're doing. You know what, guys? I call myself YouTube Creator of the Year. It's a name that people call me that I have just made up. 1st and 10. Washington rolling empty backfield. They'll throw a tunnel screen. Pick up the first and then a little bit. Washington rolling. That sounds very Coach Paul Johnson. Yeah, and for all the criticisms I've ever had against Paul Johnson, the dude, you can never say he was like a BS guy. Like, he told you exactly what he thought. He wasn't trying to sell you anything, which is probably why he didn't recruit as well. I can't imagine going on a recruiting trip with Paul Johnson like, hey, F you, come here or don't. All right, Washington in the red zone here to open up the second half, the Sugar Bowl. Look like a little bit of a broken play. Throws downfield, touchdown! Washington. What? Guys, look at the velocity of the ball coming out of Penix's hand, man. Like, God, this ball comes out with some smoke on it. It's like a skinny post, right, splits the safety, so he has to put a lot on it, or one of the safeties is going to cut up under it. What a throw. So Washington will take the lead here in the second half. This might come down to whoever has the ball last. 10:30 to go in the third. Washington will hit the extra point. Make it 28-21. Paul Johnson was a ball coach. No, he 100% was. Like X's and O's and just preparing a team to win. Like, Paul was one of the best. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame. Falcons need Penix. I would love the Falcons to draft Penix. They're not, I mean, they're in the playoff hunt because the South is so horrible. But I don't know where we'll shake out with a pick next year. Or this year now, I guess. Vandy says, I'm shocked someone paid the new Texas quarterback what they paid him. Y'all have Bryce Young, right? Isn't that who the Titans have? C says a guy I played with was recruited by Georgia Tech. Paul came to the school and then had dinner with their family. My buddy ended up committing to Notre Dame and said Paul was an a-hole. He is in the league now. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got that impression from Paul, and that's like, I'm kind of making fun of him by saying that, or making light of it by saying he'd go on a recruiting visit and be like, F you, commit to us or not. I don't know that that's that far off, though, either. And he was, I think one fair criticism of Paul is he was super thin-skinned about things that were fair to be critical of, like recruiting and like his offense. There's no reason he couldn't have run the triple option like Auburn did when they had Cam Newton. There's no reason. Do you think Colorado has a chance at... Stop, dude. Stop. Does Colorado have a chance at all next year to make the playoffs? Well, every team has a chance. I don't know how long you've watched me or if this is the first time. I am not a fan, number one, of Deion, and I don't think Deion's a good coach. Think about Deion Sanders. How much coaching experience does he actually have? He created a school that ended up being a scam that his kid went and played in high school at. In fact, Shedeur, the only coach Shedeur has ever had is Dion. Then he goes to Jackson State. That was his first college coaching job, and he gets a head coaching job. He's there for what, 2 or 3 years? He has 4 years of coaching experience at all. 1 year of Power 5 or Division 1 coaching experience. He demoted his offensive coordinator, which was by far leaps and bounds the best part of his team, because he didn't like how the kid was coaching, how that coordinator was coaching his kid. If the guy's name wasn't Deion Sanders, based solely on what he's done, no one would give a crap about him. No one would even know. So no, I don't. I think they have a small chance of making the playoffs next year. Oh man, this kickoff by Washington is really short. They still shore him up on the 24. KQ seems to be really struggling to adapt to changes in Georgia Tech media landscape. UC Dog and Bryce have really enhanced what is available to Georgia Tech fans at little or no cost. To be fair to Kelly, me and Kelly are like in not in the same universe as far as what we're trying to do. Like, he's a professional journalist. But I do think you're right that he's behind the times as far as media in general. 1st and 10, Texas will run it. Breaks one tackle. Ball comes out. Washington has it. Turnover Texas, man. Wow. And there's a dogfight going on at the bottom of this pile. Turnover apiece. Yeah, that's a fumble. That's definitely a fumble. Roblox Gaming with the $5. Appreciate it, man. Says, so glad we made it to a bowl game this year. I go to just about all the home games at Tech. I'm very excited for the future of Georgia Tech football. And that's why we do this, man. That's why we do this. I'm excited too. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the super chat. Texas will come back out. Oh, play fake. Big game for Texas. They fake like the flat. Throw downfield to the tight end, it looked like. Go Constitution says, hey, brother, Ole Miss fan here. Sub to your channel when you played Ole Miss. Thought about your jackets when I was in Atlanta for the Peach Bowl. What do you think about Ole Miss's 2024 chances? You got Jackson Dart coming back, right? I'll circle back to you. Let me get to a break, and I'll address that. Man, Big Penix is yelling. 1st and 10 for Washington on the 9. Trying to score here. They'll hand it off up the middle. Good 5-yard gain. Go Constitution. Do you have Dart coming back? I know your running back's coming back. What are you losing? I mean, I know you've got every Georgia Tech player that was good defensively, so that will bode well for you. Why aren't I drinking beer? Because I don't drink. That would be why. 2nd and 5, Washington will flick it to the running back, and he'll pick up a hard-fought 2. Hard-fought 2. I'll tell you why, because you can drink Diet Coke and drive, and no one can say anything to you. I don't want to be limited in what I can do. Third and 3 for Washington. Like, you hear the crazy things that come out of my mouth. Could you imagine if I was inebriated, the things I might say? Washington will hand the ball off, and he doesn't get anything. In fact, he'll take a loss. They'll have to kick a field goal, but it'll put them up 2 scores. Go Constitution. I think Ole Miss has some very good chances of having a good year next year. Lane Kiffin, the biggest criticism with him is he hasn't beat, the premier team yet. He hasn't beat Saban, hasn't beat Kirby. Lane is one of the best offensive minds in the country. He's got to figure out some defense for y'all. At least 18 returning starters. I think next year could be Ole Miss's year. I haven't looked at your schedule. I mean, do you have to play like Alabama, Georgia, LSU all in the same schedule, or let's look at Ole Miss's schedule next year. And as much as I should hate Lane Kiffin because you've pulled all our good defensive players out of the portal, I really like and respect Lane Kiffin, honestly. Don't sleep on Georgia Southern, by the way, on your schedule. That's a team you do not want to schedule if you're a good team. So you've got Kentucky, South Carolina at LSU, Oklahoma at Arkansas, Georgia. Okay, so you actually, as far as an SEC schedule, shake out okay. I mean, you've got, well, I don't know, never mind. Oklahoma, Georgia, and LSU are tough. Luckily, only one of them's on the road, LSU. Let me just go through your schedule. You'll beat Furman, Middle Tennessee State, Wake. I'll give you Southern. I'll give you Kentucky, South Carolina. You could very well start off 6-0. Here's the thing. You do that every year, though. Lane Kiffin tends to fall off at the end of seasons. Now, not this year. What were you, 10-2, 11-2 with the bowl win? I think between LSU, Georgia, and Oklahoma, you can't go 0-3 there. Really, you need to win 2 of those games and not drop any of the other ones. I could see you going 10-2 again next year. The thing is, that still might not get you in the SEC title game. I think for where Ole Miss is, and you're paying Lane like 11. No, you're paying him $10 million a year, I think. I think Ole Miss could shock some people next year. To your point. I think at a minimum you've got to, between LSU, Oklahoma, Georgia, you got to win 2 out of those 3 to be where you want to be, and you can't stumble against anyone that you're favored against. All right, 4th and 5, 26-yard field goal attempt for Washington, and it's good. Washington will go up 2 scores. Texas has got to score here. You can't let this lead grow. No Alabama, Auburn, A&M. Yeah, but I think Oklahoma, Georgia, LSU is a tough 3-game. I mean, what's the toughest stretch you have on here? Okay, so LSU, Oklahoma, at Arkansas, and Georgia is a pretty brutal 4-game stretch for you. Lane's making $7.25. Okay, that's his base salary. I could have sworn he made more than that. I could have sworn he made about $9 million a year. Caleb Williams is a joke. USC should be glad they got everything they did out of him. Well, it's not even that Caleb Williams is a joke. He's an asshole and an idiot. Like, if you think that, I mean, how big does your ego have to be to think that you're going to be a part owner of the team that drafts you? Oh, Texas fumbles the kickoff. They pick it up, though, and he'll get back to about the 20. Number one portal class, number one linebacker, number 1 and 2 edge rushers, and I'm guessing a highly rated defensive tackle being added. Take a look at portal guys. So it seems like you're addressing the issues you have on defense in the portal, right? If your defense could be the 30th in the country or better, I think Ole Miss is a very dangerous team next year. I'll say that. Because you're going to have a top 10 offense, most likely. 1st and 10 for Texas now. Trying to answer. They'll hand it off. And he breaks a tackle. Picks up about 15. Walter Nolan is the defensive tackle, you're saying? All right, Texas will hand it off again, pick up another 5. 7:10 to go in the third. Oh, they're wanting a false start, and they'll get it. False start for Texas. Penalties have killed Texas this game. So that'll take them 2nd and 10. Yep, shuffled his feet. Best case scenario is actually going to happen. I'm going to laugh my ass off. Prepare yourself for bitching about the refs if that happens. All right, 2nd and 10, play fake, and about a 6-yard pickup for Texas. They'll have about a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. They need to convert this. But go Constitution. I appreciate you coming back in, man. Like, I don't watch a lot of content that don't have to do with my team, but I appreciate you watching mine. Third and 5. Washington showing a blitz. They will bring it. Ton of pressure. Ewers has to throw it up, and it's incomplete. 3 and out for Texas. Who's better, the 93 Huskies or the 2023 Huskies? Well, it's really difficult to compare teams that have completely different rules of college football and I guess atmospheres of college football. Probably 2023 Huskies though. Texas will punt and it'll roll down inside the 20, about on the 19. I mean, admittedly, I don't know much about the 93 Huskies, but I mean, you're talking about back in the day where you could literally nearly kill someone hitting them, crown of the helmet to their chin. So it's just difficult to compare teams from 2 completely different eras. But during the commercial break, let me go back up because I feel like I might need to clarify. I don't know if 441W is still in here talking about KQ, or was it him or what was the comment I'm looking for? Someone said basically like he kind of didn't understand social media, but My issue with KQ is that he doesn't like competition at all and is really vitriolic about it. And like him commenting on a typo of like another credentialed media member because they broke a story first is childish. And I just think, like, what are you doing? Like, he's also made comments like, he doesn't really care who, like, what bowl Tech goes to and stuff. And like, I get you're not a Tech fan, but you better pretend like you are if you're not. Like, if I was covering Georgia State, I would present like I'm the biggest Georgia State fan ever because they're the people paying my bills. That's the other thing that's different about me and KQ. This ain't what feeds my family. It is for him, and I feel like I appear to care more about it. So that's kind of my issue. Like, he kind of plays into the pretentious mystique of Tech, and I think that needs to change. Like, that's a criticism Tech fans get and Tech as a community gets, is that we're kind of pretentious and we act like we couldn't be bothered and like super traditionalist. And I think that a lot of that is fair criticism, and like that needs to change. It needs to be more welcoming, not more elitist. And I feel like he plays into that is all. If I never spoke about KQ again, I'd be thrilled. He's a little man that had always sand kicked in his face. He's snotty attitude. Yeah, I mean, I guess I bring it up again. Like, I don't hate the guy. I just don't agree with how he does business, is all I'm saying. First and 10 for Washington. They could go up 3 scores here. 5:39 to go in the third. All right, they'll throw complete, and they'll get another first. If you're Texas, you can't let them score here. If you let Washington score here, it might be approaching game overtime. Tech needs to be for the people in the community more, for sure. I agree. And that has nothing to do with who I was talking about earlier. Like, Tech plays into that as an institution, and that needs to change. That's why I'm doing work behind the scenes to figure it out. Like, why is it done that way? First and 10 for Washington. On their own 30. They'll throw. Pretty good pass rush by Texas. Penix gets out of it, makes a move, slides. Pick up about 7. 6. So it'll be 2nd and 4 for Washington. All right, Washington will throw again. Quick, flat. Somehow this kid caught this thing. He'll be about a half yard short. Man. I mean, he had to use every bit of his frame and wingspan to catch that thing. Hell of a catch. Third and 1 now for Washington. See if they can continue this drive here. They'll hand it off up the middle. They'll convert. Big conversion for Washington here, and taking time off the clock. Washington would love to score to go up 3 scores in the fourth quarter. Run the rest of this 3:40 out of the third. Take another 2 minutes off the fourth quarter. Go up 3 scores. Man, Washington's time of possession is almost 26 minutes to 15 for Texas. Maybe the stat of the game. Washington just had the ball way longer. All right, Washington will throw again. A lot of time. Now flushed out of the pocket. He'll throw, and it was that complete? It was. 7-8 yard pickup again. This is what I'm impressed about with Washington. Man, they have not had many negative plays. They stay on tempo offensively and on schedule offensively, about as good as any offense I've watched this season. Oh, they're going to review the play. As of now, it's 2nd 1. T. Brant says it's weird as a tech student. I never saw the snottiness among students, but maybe I'm hanging with the wrong crowd. I'm glad I missed that part of the tech experience. I don't think it comes from students as much. I'm not even really talking about students. I'm really just talking about a lot of tech football fans have this air of elitism. I wish Penix won the Heisman, says Jake. Yeah, but it's hard. I mean, Jaden Daniels had ridiculous stats. Tech is a hard school, so it's like alums are proud yet pretentious of their degrees, and this gatekeeping for folks who just want to enjoy sports in the community that's coming from an alum. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think as tech students, we got so our brains beat in with just how incredibly difficult things were. We kind of want to hold it to ourselves a little bit. But you have that a little bit at every school where you'll hear people say, oh, well, you root for Washington. I bet you didn't even go to Washington. Well, who cares whether you went to Washington or not as it pertains to football? If you're a fan of a team, you're a fan of a team. That's probably a little worse at Tech than other areas, though. 441W says, Rod McKenzie and the AJC folks are similarly credentialed in the journalism realm and relatively unbothered by y'all. Yeah, Rod McKenzie don't even know who I am. And that's the way it should be, probably. Like, a credentialed media person should never care about me. Like, again, I'm doing... I've taken my shirt off on stream before. You don't want to be seen with this guy. And Rod McKenzie's great, and I think the AJC guys are great. Are you saying we are? We are? You meaning like somewhat elitist? And I guess with the elitism, what I'm more talking about is there was a large group of tech people that were just bent against, like they would rather be relegated to the group of 5 than take the Hyundai deal. Like that to me is completely insane. Like why? Like how could that thought ever even run across your brain? All right, so they'll say it was a catch. Washington will come out 2nd 1 from the 50. They'll throw a flat, got a little room, got blockers. Pretty good gain. Pretty good gain for Washington there. We are not welcoming to sidewalk fans. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Well, but to be fair, you're not going to get sidewalk fans with the seasons we've had before this one either. All right, 1st and 10 for Washington now. 150 to go in the 3rd. Texas bringing a ton of pressure. Penix will dump it off. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. One thing Collins did right, or tried to do right, was brand tech with Atlanta, which was a right idea, but unfortunately he didn't win games. That's part of where Collins set us back that isn't obvious. Is that because hold on, let me call the game. I'll get back to that. 2nd and 10 for Washington. Across midfield now. Texas showing a cover 3. Penix will keep it, pick up a 1st down. Sidewalk fans are a good thing. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Like the more fans you have, the better. We look, and I'll just cut straight honest that we can't come close to selling out our own stadium a lot of the times is a problem. 1st and 10, Washington. Hand it off, getting no gain. It'll be 2nd and 10. So kind of gatekeeping Tech fandom when we have the problems we have makes zero sense. None. And yes, because there are a lot of Tech fans that have this elitist mindset, when Collins came in and didn't work, a lot of the good ideas Collins had, they want to discredit. It's like, see, we need to go back to the 50s. That's insanity. All right, Penix will throw quick. They'll pick up about 5. Thoughts on, hold on. So the irritating part about the Hyundai deal and the program in general is that we're so damn rich and we have 3x UGA. All right, that'll be the end of the third. Washington up 2 scores, 31 to 21. Here's the thing. Georgia Tech football isn't rich, though. The Georgia Tech Athletic Fund isn't rich. And so as Tech fans, we look at it like, man, look at all this money that rolls through Georgia Tech. Texas Instrument cuts a check for $150 million like clockwork to Tech. So does Google. So does SpaceX. None of that goes to the athletic fund, though. And so if you want to build up your athletic fund, you have to get sidewalk fans in. You got to have success on the field. And you got to convince people to donate. You got to get, really, what would be great is if you get these wealthy alumni, like the Clough building. That guy was a pioneer in cybersecurity. He's a friggin' billionaire. Convince that guy to open the checkbook up. Convince these wealthy tech barons to open their checkbook up. And you could blow this thing wide open. Convince Elon Musk to become a Tech fan. You know? All right, thoughts on Paul Johnson in relation to being pretentious? Like, did he help Tech branch out or keep it close? I wouldn't call Paul pretentious. There's a difference, like you have assholes, and then a subset of asshole is pretentious. It's a brand of assholism. Paul was more just a general asshole. I wouldn't say he was pretentious, though. Maybe about his offense, but that's not the same air that I'm talking about. Georgia Tech football has as much potential as any program. I disagree with that. I disagree with that because of our academics. I don't know that there's not a football program that has the academic, other than the service academies. Tech is in the same boat academically as like the service academies. So that's always going to be a hindrance so long as our academics are what they are. So long as every athlete has to take Calculus 1, there's always going to be a lower ceiling for Tech to do stuff, in recruiting in particular. Let's see. Our bowl game had good TV viewership and stadium attendance. Things are moving in the right direction. Yes, I agree. Don't put up your 4s, put your double horns down. That's right. We need Washington to roll here. All right, 3rd and 5 for Washington. It might be the ball game here to open up the 4th. Texas brings a ton of pressure. There's a flag. That's usually a false start. Yep. Not good. Not good for Washington. That'll back them up. All right, so evidently they're still in field goal range. 3rd and 10 now for Washington. All right, Washington will throw. Throws way downfield. It's going to be incomplete. They'll have to settle for the field goal here. So that's a victory, a small victory for Texas. Elon probably has a good amount of techies on the payroll. Not a bad idea. Yeah, no, I'm dead serious about that. I think a lot of tech fans want the rest of the world to appreciate how unique and quirky tech is in the sports world, and the same as it is. I think that's 100% what it is. I don't think I could have said that better myself. We want everyone to feel about tech like we do, with, and it's not going to happen. 4th and 10. 41-yard field goal attempt for Washington. It's up. And it goes down the right side of the upright, but there's a flag. It's good, but there is a flag. Offside against Texas, they'll decline it. So this will be 34-21. All right. Thing is, athletes get like private tutors for classes in calculus, so I know it's hard, but they do give resources. I get that. But if you're a 5-star recruit, do you want to go, and maybe it's a bad example to Georgia, where you're not going to have to worry about having to pass a calculus test? Or are you going to want to go to Tech where you're going to have to bust your ass to pass that calculus test? I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. You guys are 2 steps ahead of Duke and Vandy as far as being handicapped by academic standards. However, y'all's situation is more doable and manageable to create high level of success in those places. And it's been done before recently. Georgia Tech beat Mississippi State in the Orange Bowl not that long ago. Vandy and Duke can do that. I can't do that. Yeah, I mean, I think Tech, as far as having high academic standards, is in the best situation of those schools minus Notre Dame. 4:51, and they'll do a squib kick. Washington will. Texas will fumble it, pick it up, and he'll get hit on the 14. It looked like he fell forward across the 15. Now, that was a weird special teams play. Oh, Ewers took a shot earlier in the game. Smacked his head on the turf. Hope he's okay. All right, Texas will hand it off, and they'll pick up about 5. Even in comm or businessman? No, you take business calculus in those. You don't have to take calculus 2. Calculus 2 is brutal. If everyone had to take calculus 2, we wouldn't have a hope. 2nd and 5. Texas trying to get back in this game. Texas will play fake. Throws downfield. Got a man caught. Got a 20-yard pickup for Texas. You have to take Calc 2 for Skeller? Is that true? I don't know that that's true, man. I mean, do you need Calculus 2 to do business? 1st and 10 for Texas. Texas will throw. Pretty good pass rush, but he gets it off. And they'll pick up the first. Still on his feet. Picks up about 15. So Texas isn't rolling over. All right, 1st and 10 for Texas. They're across midfield. They'll play fake and throw. They got some time. He'll dump it off to the running back. He makes a move, buddy. Still on his feet. Gets down almost to the 20. Did the ball come out, though? I missed it. Did the ball come out? Oh, that ball is out. That should be Washington's ball. What is this? He dropped the ball on his own. It wasn't contact that made him fumble. He just coughed it up. What are you doing, buddy? The ruling on the field was the runner was down. Stevie Wonder calling this game. Yeah, this will be overturned. This is going to be Washington ball, and this could very well be the ball game. You guys are 100% right. Screw calculus, pick up that football. Well, yeah. I mean, that's where, you kind of have to decide what you want to do as a program. No, I get they use calculus a lot, but do you need to know how to do trigonometric integrals by hand? Probably not. The ruling on the field is I wasn't even watching the play. No, I get it. Yeah, I mean, you look at, how many widgets you produce versus profit, and it's an upside down parabola, and you want to know what the max is, so you set the derivative to 0, and that gives you the max point. I get it. I get it. You guys forget I know stuff, okay? Why is Texas allergic to ball security? Yeah, that's the difference in this game. You can't turn over the ball 2-3 times against a good team in the playoffs and think you're going to win. Does Tech have a literature degree? I wasn't even aware of that. Why would we have a literature program if you have to take calculus for it? Then he's going to look at his TV that is showing porn and he's going to say, the call is overturned. Much like the lady I was watching, the call is overturned. What is the best job to have? I mean, obviously that's subjective. The most in-demand job in the world is software development. And the awesome thing is you don't necessarily need a degree to do it. If you can demonstrate you're a competent programmer, because I've done job interviews where like they gave you coding, like little coding challenges to do. If you can demonstrate you're a competent programmer, man, you'll never want for work, and you'll make as much money as you want to make. Yeah, it's like the Bachelor of Science in Literature, Media, and Comm. Okay. Oh, Joel, are you a software developer? That's why I love people that, like, and this kind of has to do with my second channel. They're like, oh, I want to make video games. I want to be on the team that makes the next GTA. All right, ruling on the field is they're saying he fumbled now, and it's going to be Washington ball. But do you really know what you're asking when you say you want to make video games? I don't think you do. Like, you're going to be on a team that makes the UI, and that's what you do for 2 years. First and 10 now for Washington. What's your preferred language, Joel? All right. Penix is going to throw. Got a ton of time. And he'll throw it out of bounds. Man, he looked like he wasn't worried about anything. All right, they're showing Tashard Choice talking to this guy that fumbled. He's probably saying, hey, man, What are you doing? You gotta keep. He's pounding his chest like you gotta hold on to that thing, dude. All right, 2nd and 10 now for Washington. I would think Washington wants to run the football some though, being up in the 4th. They'll play fake. He'll throw it way downfield. Got a man wide open. He's underthrown him though. That's pass interference if I've ever saw it, and that's smart by that defender. That's actually really smart by that defender. Why give up an 80-yard throw or a 60-yard throw when you can pull PI and they get 10 yards? That's smart. Man. And I can't believe that Texas player's like, what did I do? What'd I do? Java is your main, but Python is my favorite. I had a professor that got her doctorate at MIT. You might have had her, Joel, if you went to tech. No, she did ECE stuff. Linda Wills, and she loved Python too, and she was cracked. All right, they're gonna do like a flea flicker. Washington is ton of pressure. He's just gonna have to throw it out of bounds. What was that? TypeScript with React is dope. I don't know about TypeScript. You ready for this, Joel? You want to know what my preferred language is? Assembly. Give me assembly all day. LBU, baby. That's probably not controversial coming from an electrical guy, though. 2nd and 10. Washington will throw again. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10. Oh, Joel was an ECE undergrad. Yeah, Linda Wills. I had Dr. Doolittle for 3043. No condiment in ASM. That's right. I'm consistent. Literally, I'm going to tell you what values to load in these registers. I don't have to worry about none of this high-level stuff. 3rd and 10 for Washington. They're throwing every down with a huge lead. Penix flushed outside the pocket. He'll dump it off, and he gets blown up. And they'll have to punt here with 12:05 to go. Joel, Super Nintendo games were programmed in assembly. Did you know that? Can you imagine programming Super Mario World in assembly? And it's because that's what you needed to make a smooth running games in the day. You had to do it at the hardware level. No, I didn't. Oh, I did have Brewer. Yes, I did. Washington will punt. Texas will not fair catch it. 2 broke tackles. And he'll get blown up and then thrown out of bounds. They're not going to throw a flag. Texas is done. Bama and Texas are out. But I thought the playoff committee had it. I don't know. Yeah, I had Dr. Brewer. Dr. Brewer said, open up multisim, and if you can't do that, transfer to UGA and major in hog slopping. That's what he told us. And no one laughed but me because everyone was terrified and I was an idiot. This has got to be tough to watch if you're a Texas fan, man. All these turnovers and just unforced errors. Man. Not quite as exciting as Alabama, Michigan. Motivated, dedicated. You're a Georgia guy, right? Texas has no secondary. Was it that Texas has no secondary or Penix is that good? I think it might be that Penix is just that damn good. I mean, have you seen some of these balls this kid's thrown? Brewer was funny. I asked him for the prerequisites for 40-43. He said a Poltz. Yeah, Brewer would set you up for failure like that, wouldn't he? Okay, that's what I thought. I remember you back from when we played Georgia. Were Georgia fans rooting for Michigan? It seems like a lot of Georgia fans will just root against Alabama, given their ownage of Georgia in not just recent history, but history. It's time for another DC, guys. Joel, I'll tell you how slick Linda Wills was. She basically programmed her own compiler or made her own compiler for assembly for us to use. You didn't care, but you're glad the Gumps lost. Yeah, I get that. Can't wait till they bring back the NCAA video game. So much fun. I need to post a link to my second channel. I'm going to do a video on that. I think it's going to be disappointing. What happened to Texas and Bama blowing out Washington and Michigan? That's all I heard. It hasn't happened. Texas will hand it off. And, man, Washington is trying to rip that ball out. They know this true freshman for Baxter for Texas is a little rattled after that turnover. She sounds hot. Nah, bro. She ain't it. I'm going to tell you right now. False start on Texas, man. Texas is going to have like 100 penalty yards for this game's over. Her hair looked like there was no moisture in it, if that gives you an idea. One of the reasons I wanted Bama to lose was to not have UGA's loss legitimized if they won the Natty. Those are facts. 2nd and 12 for Texas. They'll throw complete to Mitchell, and they'll get a first. 10:35. Texas has got to score here to stay in this game. NCAA 14 was legendary. But I want you to think motivated, dedicated about the monetization that already creeped into that game. You could buy a pack to make it like you're training and recruiting like you were a 6-star school, even if you were South Alabama. And it's going to be way worse in 14. It'll be a Madden Ultimate Team. Play action for Texas. Sack! Ewers is sacked. Man, Washington. Good pass rush by Washington getting to Ewers. It just means more. Yeah, I hear that all the time. Second and 13. Texas will throw the flat. Good completion. Baxter's hobbling. Baxter might be injured. It's going to be 3rd and 5 or so. Collins and Kevin Johnson, 2031 robots. Was his first name Andrew? Was it Andrew Collins? The team that beat you was the first team out. Yeah, that's true. Again, facts. Yeah, I hope the running back for Texas is okay. Greco signed today and is announcing the team on the 6th. Do you think there's a chance he's coming back to Tech after the decommit? No. I think there's a very small probability. If he was going to commit to Tech, I think he would have done it. He wouldn't have decommitted. There was a guy that was an audio guy at Tech that helped me tremendously with Brewer, because Brewer would like write with one hand and erase with the other. When 11 and 12 came out, I used 80% of my roster budget on training, 50% on recruiting, 5% on discipline. I'm telling you guys right now, NCAA 14, if you think Madden is crappy, it might be slightly better than Madden. What it'll be is, hey, do you want to insta commit from this 5-star recruit? F you, give me $10. That's what NCAA 14 is going to be. FIFA Ultimate Team and Madden Ultimate Team made $4 billion for EA last year. You think they're not going to capitalize on that on a college football game? Let's get real. 3rd and 5 for Texas. Texas will throws deep downfield. Got a man, complete! Big completion for Texas. They're in the red zone now. What a ball by Ewers. Brewer wrote in hieroglyphs, no lie. No, he did. He would solve second-order differential equations in his head with some short the input, open the output nonsense. You know. First and 10 for Texas in the red zone. They'll throw. Got time. Ewers steps up in the pocket, dumps it off to the tight end, and he's pushed out of bounds. They'll pick up about 5. Maybe a little more. Nico stole the show at the Citrus Bowl. Second and 4 for Texas now, man. This game's getting interesting again. Quinn Ewers is 4 for 4 on this drive, 67 yards. Wow. Texas got a score here. They'll throw again in the end zone. Incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 4. This is going to be a 4-down situation for Texas, being down 2 scores. No, they're not down 2 scores. Yeah, they are down 2 scores. Brewer had magic tricks for solving circuits, and he would never explain. Well, he would explain them in 3 seconds because he's done them for 70 years. Third and 4 for Texas. They'll flip it to the back. He makes a move to the outside, and he'll get the first. He'll get down to the 3-yard line with 8:07 to go in the 4th. Nico will hit the portal 1 year after Rocky flop. Is he that 5-star kid they paid like $7 million? Texas hands it off up the middle. Get a yard or 2 maybe. Second goal for Texas. All right. Do or die time for Texas. I mean, they're running out of time at this point. They got to score. You can't settle for a field goal here. Again, we're in a four-down territory here. They'll throw a fade. Touchdown to A.D. Mitchell. Hey, Motivated Dedicated, where did A.D. Mitchell play last year, speaking of the portal? Yeah, that's a good ball by Ewers. And great catch by A.D. Mitchell. Good control of his body to bring that ball in. Well, that keeps hope alive for Texas. And it's got me nervous. Yeah, that's what I thought. I might have known the answer to that before I asked it. They'll hit the extra point. 28-34 now. So what is that? 6-point game? 3025 EMAG was like insanity level of a class. Well, anytime Calc 3 is the prereq to a class, you know you're in for a cockfight. Well, digital signal was the weed out class. Digital signal was ridiculous with like Fourier series analysis and all that. A.D. Mitchell might actually get the rings if Texas wins it all. A.D. Mitchell's good, man. Texas paid well for him. I mean, motivated, dedicated, what do you think about the portal situation? What was 2031, Nico? I don't remember. Was that circuit analysis? I thought that was 2026. Well, Washington needs to come out here and at least get a field goal to make it a 2-score game again. Because that would put them up by 9, right? With a little over 7 minutes to go. Would a touchdown by Washington ice it? Probably. Yep, that's a ride. A.D. Mitchell transferred to be with his daughter. Is that what it is? VDHL. Oh, I love that class. I got hosed in that class, by the way. I made A's on everything leading into the final project. And when the final project happened, it coincided with Pokemon Go coming out. And my team, 2 of my teammates stopped showing up to class. And I made a C in that class. And I made an A on everything else. Total nonsense. Field programmable gate arrays. I remember them well. The portal is out of control now. It's ruining high school kids. You can pay high school kids now. 2040 was circuits? Okay. Yeah, you can pay high school kids, but only if your state has laws that allow it. The robot project, yeah, where you had like basically a Roomba you had to program, and it had to go to certain points in the room, like in the most efficient way. Mine just turned circles and gnawed on its elbow, and I got a C. Yeah, that's why I identify with Florida State so much. I was also robbed, and I also wanted to sue, but I didn't. Would you teach at Tech if the opportunity presents itself? Yeah, because they make bank. And you don't even have to teach if you don't want to. I will say this. I wouldn't teach at Tech. I mean, I'm not qualified to do that. When I retire, I will teach. In fact, let me teach at Tech and put all the athletes in my class. All right. Texas will kick it out of the back of the end zone. Washington will take over from the 25. Mitchell wanted the ball and they fed him. Tech professors are loaded AF? Yeah, and not with drugs. 1st and 10 for Washington, 7:23 to go in the 4th. Washington got to run the ball. They're going to throw it, though. Almost take a sack, dumps it off, and they're still going to take a loss. They're going to lose about a yard. What are you doing, Washington? What are you doing? There's a flag, but, I mean, you got to run the football, man. I mean, you got some. Don't you have to run some clock? Do you not have to run some clock? There's no foul in the play for a block in the back. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Why is that not a penalty? Like, I want Washington to win, but I'd be pissed if I was Texas. He pushed a guy in the back right on his face. 2nd and 11. Penix throws. Good completion. About 9 yards. It'll be 3rd and 2. Now, do you not have to run the ball on 3rd and 2 with the lead in the 4th, 6:46 to go? You don't have to run it up the middle. But if you can't get 2 yards in this situation, you don't deserve to be in the national championship. I know that. Washington 3rd and 2. Gotta convert here. They're going to throw again. They'll complete it, and they'll pick up the first, but I don't know about this play calling, man. I know it worked. But you got to run the ball. Motivated, dedicated. Maybe you're right. Maybe Texas secondary is just that bad. I don't know how you give that up, but 1st and 10 for Washington. Will we see a run? No. They'll swing it. They'll swing it out. Big gain for Washington. 1st down and then some. I guess if you complete every pass you throw, you don't have to run. Stanford versus Georgia Tech going for it equals Calculus Bowl. Well, Stanford at least has majors that you don't have to take calculus in. So, I don't know. What a catch by that Washington receiver. 5 minutes to go in this game. Washington leads 34-28. Let's go, Huskies. Let's go, Huskies. Got to run your offense. I get it. And they will run it here. And they're trying to strip it out. He picks up about 6. We'll see, they ran it there and it worked. It's time for Mac Brown to retire. It was time for that the minute he was hired at North Carolina. We talking about it's time for him to retire. It's been that time for 20 years. 2nd and 3 for Washington. He's already retired once. He should have stayed retired. All right, Washington going to throw. They're throwing deep downfield, complete. All right, guys, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Don't listen to me about running a football. The hell do I know? Big 1st down for Washington. Single coverage, just throws a streak. Perfect ball, man. Big Penix. Penix's penis is so large. That's what we found out in this game. It's going to be 1st and goal for Washington. You want to take Mac's lunch money for another 10 years? Yeah, I mean, I hope he stays at North Carolina because we'll never lose to them. 3:38 to go. 1st and goal for Washington. They'll toss sweep, pick up about 3. You going to FSU, Tech, and Ireland? No. I know a lot of you like that game's played in Ireland, but I don't. And that counts as a home game for us. Honestly, I would be pissed if I spent like $4,500 to go to Ireland and FSU beat the brakes off of us. I would not be able to be objective any longer. 2nd and goal for Washington. Another little toss. And he's going to get eat up in the backfield. He'll get about a 2-yard loss. Texas will take their first timeout. Texas now with 2 timeouts. Washington with 3 with 2:50 to go in this game. Here's the thing. I'd be okay running the ball each time here and settling for a field goal. That still makes it a 2-score game. It's a 2-score game whether you score a touchdown or a field goal, right? And you don't want to throw a pick. Why can't we send Duke and Hughes to Ireland? Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Put the ball in your best player's hands. I'd like to see a little read option with Penix here. That's what I'd call. Either a read option with the running back or do the thing they like to do with their wide receiver that's like an inverted veer with Penix. The thing you cannot do on this 3rd and goal is turn the ball over, though. You cannot do that. Words of wisdom with Coach Rick. You highly recommend it? Okay. No, I'm sure it's awesome. All right, they're going to go empty set. Washington going to throw. Ton of pressure. Flushed out of the pocket. Throws. Incomplete. All right, that's fine. It's going to be incomplete. 2:44 to go in the 4th. Washington. All right, yeah. So they'll go up 9 with the field goal here. I see a new character. WreckTalk the Wise. Is that like Gandalf? All right, you got to hit this field goal, though. Can't miss it. And they will. 37 now. 37-28. So they go up 9 with 2:40 to go. I would say this game's pretty much over, but crazier things have happened. If you're Washington, even if you let Texas score here, the goal is that they need to take time to do it. Texas is done. Yeah, I mean, what are the odds on ESPN right now for Texas to win? Let's go look. It's got to be like 2%. Yep. Win probability for Washington now is 98.9%. So 1.1% Texas wins. Oh, man. Does Rec look like a genius? I got to go pull the clips where I predicted Michigan-Washington natty. Does anyone in here remember me saying it? Because I know I did. I remember that in 2016, 4-4-1. I had to wake up at like 6 in the morning because the game was at 7 in the morning. Because it was in Ireland. Falcons lost when they had a 99%. So did Miami. So the game's not technically over. It should be over, though. Always remember Miami had a 99.9% chance of winning. They did. What is that, like 1 in 10,000 chance at 0.1%? Beer was also $6 the whole game. It was awesome. A pint. It comes in pints. I'm getting one. If you know that reference, you're as big a nerd as me. Washington has 430 passing yards. Falcons need to move to London. Don't what does this say? Done with them? Yeah. After what they did to us in that Super Bowl, the hell with them. Washington will squib it again. Now, you got to cover. Washington has not had the best coverage today, but they will bring them down on the 24. Penix has thrown for 430. Wow. Isn't this great? Bama beat Georgia. The team that beat Bama, who got which was the justification for them being in, is about to lose too. I love it. You want Blank and Smith gone? Can you fire your owner? Not unless you say something that's not PC. 1st and 10 for Texas. They'll throw, and it's complete. So they'll pick up about 11 with that completion to A.D. Mitchell. Who wins if it's Washington, Michigan? I like Washington. Maybe I'm high on Washington, but Texas to throw, 1st and 10. Pocket collapses. Ewers gets out, takes off running, and he'll run out of bounds and pick up the first. So Texas is moving, and they're not using a lot of clock. You predicted Bama, Texas. You wanted Washington, Michigan. I hear you. All right, 1st and 10 from their own 49, Texas here. 150 to go in the game. Texas to throw. He's got time. Again scrambles out of the pocket. Throws downfield. Complete. Almost down to the 30. Texas with 2 timeouts. $137 to go in the game and counting. Texas 1st and 10. Ton of time. There's a flag. Yeah, Texas has kind of got away with murder with the holding on this drive. They should have got flagged last play. Unless it's not holding. Let's see what the penalty is. 124 to go. All right, they're going to get Washington for holding. Wow. Can I see this again? Yep, that's a hold on Washington for sure. He just grabbed him. Yep, that's the right call. That's 100% the right call. He's hurt. I don't really know how he got hurt from that unless he grabbed his pee-pee, so... Why would these announcers bring up Mel Kiper Jr.? Like, anyone gives a crap what Mel Kiper Jr. thinks. They need to have Mel Kiper Jr. announcing the Natty game since he loves Jim Harbaugh, and Jim Harbaugh loves him. All right, again, 124 to go in this game. Washington up 9. So if Texas does score, they got to score, get the onside, and score with under a minute left, probably. Texas with 2 timeouts, though. So this thing is not over yet. Texas to throw. Time. Complete. Picks up about 6. It's dip 30. It is. Also the 30th dip. ESPN Game Day is getting boring. Can we mention how Michigan and Washington both were doubled all season? Or doubted all season? This is true. I mean, you can't disagree with that. Clock's, it's always dip 30. 2nd and 4 for Texas. Fade again to Mitchell. It's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 4. Obviously, 4 downs to play with here if you're Texas. I think Ty Smith, Mel Kiper's character, shows how ridiculous he can be sometimes. Mel Kiper doesn't have any qualifications either. He literally wrote for like his own draft whatever magazine and worked his way up from there. 3rd and 4 for Texas. Throws tipped. It's going to be 4th and 4, fellas. 4th and 4. Okay, so they're going to kick a field goal and then an onside kick. What do you guys think about that? I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter. You got to score twice anyways. I guess it makes sense because you're far more likely to hit the field goal than score 4th and 4, and you still got to get an onside kick and recover it. So that makes sense. What if they block it? That'd be great. And it's good. So it'll be 31. Down by 6 now. All right. Oh, man. The SEC is ESPN's favorite child. Well, that's facts. I mean, you guys tell me, did it not seem like when Kirk Herbstreit was calling the Bama-Michigan game, he had like just disgusting, obvious Bama bias? I mean, I felt that way. You like going for 3 first? Yeah, that makes total sense. That makes total sense. I had to think it through, guys. I had to vision board it, and I reached the same conclusion. I'm slower than some. All right, 1:09 to go in this game. Will we see the crazy onside stuff they do where they have 2 kickers and they all do this hokey pokey dance? Yep, they will. I guess that's just common in college football now. Timeout by Washington. Now, Washington has all 3 timeouts. I don't have a problem with that. Agreed. He has big Bama bias. I don't know what that says. He always does. Herbstreit pisses me off. Yeah, I noticed that. Bama's ranked 5th in the poll, so they had him at 4. Last onside kick recovery was September 22nd, 2020 against Texas Tech for Texas. Kirk does eat condiments, dude, and condoms. He eats them both. Like, I used to really like Kirk Herbstreit, but the more he has definitely shown who his daddy is with who pays him, like, it's... They have the ball flat on the ground. And they recover it. Washington will recover it. This game's over. Hey, did you guys see that? They didn't have the ball on the tee. I thought that was a requirement. I guess not. They had the ball flat on the ground, like perpendicular to the kicker. Is that just me? Am I going crazy? That looked weird. Kirk would probably do the condom challenge. He probably would. The Kirk crime video gets me every time. Yeah, screw him, dude. All right, Washington going to go shotgun again. They'll hand it off up the middle, and he'll pick up about 2. What's your favorite food to eat at the varsity? A frosted O, and that's the only thing I'll eat at the varsity. The varsity's hot garbage. He's an Ohio State guy, too. Yeah, he is. That's the least unpalatable thing about him, though. Be 2nd and 8 for Washington. So Texas now down to 1 timeout. Isn't this a situation where you just knee it out? I guess not. So that would explain the hating Michigan. Yeah, I guess so. Second and 8 for Washington now. Texas down to their final timeout. 1:06 to go in this ball game. They'll hand it off up the middle, and he'll pick up about 3. Probably be about 2nd and 5. Texas on their last timeout. I would think so too, but who pays you the big bucks? Yeah, for sure. Can't believe you hate the varsity. Dude, for like a burger fries that is going to be pretty much like, a laxative, I mean, you're going to pay like $15 for it. Frosted dough is great. That's the only thing at the varsity that's worth eating. Like if I just wanted to crap my brains out, I would just eat a laxative. I mean, why would I go to the varsity? If I wanted to not be able to sit down for 2 weeks, yeah, I'd go to the varsity. All right, 3rd and 5 for Washington. I guess they need to convert this to seal the game. They'll run it up the middle, and it'll be for no gain. It'll be 4th down. So they will have to punt this ball. They'll probably take the delay of game and then punt it. What's going on? Oh, you got a player hurt for Washington. Oh, that stinks. Because that's basically another timeout for Texas. The clock would have gone under 20 seconds, but with the injury, it's basically a timeout for Texas. I don't get that. Texas declined the 10-second runoff. The clock will start on the snap. Is that not basically a timeout? I don't get that. That stinks for Washington, man. That's an eternity in this game. Like 30 seconds of game clock that just got wasted. There needs to be a rule surrounding that too. And I'm not just saying that because I'm rooting for Washington, but you shouldn't get punished for an injury. Now, I know that's hard for ESPN to understand because they like punishing teams for an injury. But when you're in this situation where you can run the clock under 20 seconds and you have an injured player, there should be a runoff for that. And it should run off to whatever it would have should you have taken a delay of game. If I'm hurting, well, he don't look like he can walk, but yeah, I guess he could have crawled to the sideline. What if the Texas guy just turned his ankle? Would that be high-level intellect but crappy? If, the situation, if you're Texas, you just crank his ankle like a leg lock to basically get a free timeout. It would be crappy but smart. They're going to have to punt it, so Texas will get the ball back. Touchdown wins the game. And they're going to give them another 3 seconds. They're going to reset it to 50. Boy, ESPN's got the ear, don't they? All right, 50 seconds to go. Flag. False start on Washington. So they probably tried to draw them off sides. It doesn't hurt you to take the penalty here. In fact, you probably want a little more room for your punter's leg anyways, and if you draw them off sides, you get a first down. It's not that I can't stomach the varsity. Like, I can eat Taco Bell like no one's business. It's just not good for what you're paying. It's not. 4th and 10 now for Washington. Get the punt off. What are you doing? The snapper comes down there, tries to hit the ball out of his hand. So now they're going to get a penalty for kick catch interference. What a complete moron. Why would you do that? What an idiot. If I'm the Washington coach, I will run him until he can't draw breath anymore. So where are they going to get this ball? 45 seconds left, no timeouts. They're going to get the ball on their own 31-yard line. So pretty good field position after the penalty. They'll throw incomplete. I mean, God almighty. Why? I feel like my dad right now when I was growing up. When he would just look at me and be like, why? Why are you the way you are? Long snapper for Washington, why? Why are you the way you are? Why would you do that? All right, Texas here. They'll throw. Incomplete again. Boy, Texas is playing really tight right now. Ewers is throwing this ball before he even really needs to. If my feed is 2 plays behind yours, you can pause if you want to sync up. The 99% curse. 38 seconds left, 3rd and 10. Empty set. Texas will throw. Got time. Throws it deep downfield. Single coverage. Caught. 30 seconds left. What a catch. They're down on the 28 now. Texas with the clock rolling. Washington's not set. Throws it to the end zone. Nearly picked off. He threw it to A.D. Mitchell with 20 seconds left. It's 2nd and 10. Another Washington player hurt, so that'll stop the clock. I mean, what is this, man? So the clock will stop now for another injury. What are the boos for? They think that's PI? All right, 20 seconds to go in the 4th. Washington will take a timeout. Might as well. He had to stop the clock anyways for the injury. Washington might as well be wearing ghost uniforms. They had a 98.9% chance of winning. All right? They could have. This game should be over without the injury. That's still so weird to me. You can be on offense. Your player gets injured. You get punished with the clock for your player being injured. Then their long snapper goes full tard. All right, 20 seconds to go. 2nd and 10 for Texas. You have to either get out of bounds after the catch or throw this in the end zone. They're probably just going to throw it to the end zone every time. Sideline. They're going to call that complete, and they're going to review it, so it'll be like another timeout. Let's see if this is a catch. He is in. Let's see. Now we're going to see if ESPN has control of this game. His foot's in, but this is always the question, does he have control? And they'll stop it to review. So either way, but this is like a timeout for Texas. They've been out of timeouts since Jesus walked the earth. And somehow they keep getting timeouts. I don't know, since it was called a catch on the field, that you can overturn it based on that. Yeah, of course the rules official is going to say that. Wow. How many timeouts have they got now? 2? I know they've gotten 2 timeouts. 1. Yeah, 2 timeouts since they've been out. Why are they... This is bizarre, man. All right. 15 seconds left. First and 10, but they could get a first down. They'd have to get inside the 2. Each one of these balls will be in the end zone now. Washington will take their last time out. I'll be honest, I don't like this timeout because if there's a controversial play that you want reviewed and they don't automatically review it, you don't have a timeout to review it if you're Washington. Someone hit that Buffalo Wild Wings button. I mean, what do you guys think? I know that they want to take a timeout to see what they're going to run out. But if there is a controversial play and they don't review it, then you need a timeout to review it. Washington needs a turnover is what Washington needs in this game. They throw it. They dump it off. What is that play called by Texas? Is this the who can be stupider final 2 minutes of the game? What if he would have got tackled in bounds? The game would be over. What are you doing, Texas? 2nd and 11 now with 10 seconds left. Probably got time for 2 plays here. You can't get tackled in bounds. 2nd and 11, Texas throws it into the end zone. Out of the back of the end zone. 5 seconds left. 3rd and 11. Downs don't matter now. You got time for one more play. What was that, just throwing it to the flat, the running back in a flat if you're Texas? That makes less than 0 cents. All right, 5 seconds to go. One more play for Texas to try and make a natty appearance. Penix has to watch from the sideline, see if his defense can ice this thing for him. And he's sacked! The clock's at zero. They're gonna put a second back on this clock. I guarantee you they put a second back on this clock. And did he get that ball off? And if he did, is it intentional grounding? Did he get out of the pocket? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? All right, well, there should be 1 second on the clock, to be fair. All right, one last play. There's no doubt about it now. 4th and 11. Throws it into the end zone. No good. Incomplete. Ball game. No flag. Oh, boy. Washington, Michigan, national title this year. It will be SEC-less, and there will not be a team in the national title that will play in the SEC next year. ESPN put the Penix all over this game. They did. Put their Penix all over this game. That's the ball game. Appreciate it. Roblox game with a $2 says, and the Huskies win the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl. They couldn't rig the win. I'm surprised they didn't call PI. I mean, it was such a perfect defensive play that you couldn't throw a flag on it. He just literally swatted the ball away. Wow. Could the Pac-12 in their final year of existence win it all? I mean, when was the last time the Pac-12 won it all? USC? What a game. Man. They're interviewing Washington's coach, so you just got to move on when tough breaks. Yeah, I mean, Texas had every opportunity. They got 2 extra timeouts. You know, they got a second added, which it should have been. But they couldn't dial it up. The 2 teams that were hamstrung in, and they were hamstrung in the playoffs, have lost. But ESPN got what they wanted. They were 2 entertaining games. Joel with the $5. Appreciate it, buddy. Says, thanks, Reck, for the content and streams. Go Jackets and Happy New Year. Go Blue and go Washington with the real dogs out there. That's right. Washington are the real dogs. That's 100. Now, Sea-Dog and I will definitely be streaming the national title game. We're going to have a lot of fun over here. It's going to be good. No SEC, no future SEC teams. Best national title we could hope for without Tech being in it. Maybe if an ACC team was in it, but I don't really care about that. Well, guys, that's the ball game. Washington wins 37-21. Even with all the extra timeouts that Texas got, I mean, that was flatly bizarre. But with that, guys, I'm gonna get off the stream. We all got to get to work tomorrow. Hope you guys have a good one. And if no one's told you tonight,